Section 1 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 1. Volume 1. I have entered upon a performance which is without example, whose accomplishment will have no imitator. I mean to present my fellow mortals with a man in all the integrity of nature, and this man shall be myself. I know my heart and have studied mankind. I am not made like anyone I have been acquainted with, perhaps like no one in existence. If not better, I at least claim originality. And whether nature did wisely in breaking the mould with which she formed me can only be determined after having read this work. Whenever the last trumpet shall sound, I will present myself before the sovereign judge with this book in my hand, and loudly proclaim, "Thus have I acted. These were my thoughts. Such was I." With equal freedom and veracity have I related what was laudable or wicked. I have concealed no crimes, added no virtues, and if I have sometimes introduced superfluous ornament, it was merely to occupy a void occasioned by defect of memory. I may have supposed that certain which I only knew to be probable, but have never asserted as truth a conscious falsehood. Such as I was, I have declared myself, sometimes vile and despicable, at others virtuous, generous and sublime. Even as thou hast read my inmost soul, power eternal, assemble round thy throne an innumerable throng of my fellow mortals. Let them listen to my confessions, let them blush at my depravity, let them tremble at my sufferings. Let each in his turn expose with equal sincerity the failings, the wanderings of his heart, and if he dare, aver I was better than that man. I was born at Geneva in 1712, son of Isaac Rousseau and Suzanne Bernard, citizens. My father's share of a moderate competency, which was divided among 15 children, being very trivial, his business of a watchmaker, in which he had the reputation of great ingenuity, was his only dependence. My mother's circumstances were more affluent. She was daughter of a Monsieur Bernard, minister, and possessed a considerable share of modesty and beauty. Indeed, my father found some difficulty in obtaining her hand. The affection they entertained for each other was almost as early as their existence. At 8 or 9 years old, they walked together every evening on the banks of the Treille, and before they were 10, could not support the idea of separation. A natural sympathy of soul confined those sentiments of predilection which habit at first produced. Born with minds susceptible of the most exquisite sensibility and tenderness, It was only necessary to encounter similar dispositions. That moment fortunately presented itself, and each surrendered a willing heart. The obstacles that opposed served only to give a degree of vivacity to their affection, and the young lover, not being able to obtain his mistress, was overwhelmed with sorrow and despair. She advised him to travel, to forget her. He consented. He travelled, but returned more passionate than ever, and had the happiness to find her equally constant, equally tender. After this proof of mutual affection, what could they resolve? To dedicate their future lives to love. The resolution was ratified with a vow, on which heaven shed its benediction. Fortunately, my mother's brother, Gabriel Bernard, fell in love with one of my father's sisters. She had no objection to the match, but made the marriage of his sister with her brother an indispensable preliminary. Love soon removed every obstacle, and the two weddings were celebrated the same day. Thus my uncle became the husband of my aunt, and their children were doubly cousins german. Before a year was expired, both had the happiness to become fathers, but were soon after obliged to submit to a separation. My uncle Bernard, who was an engineer, went to serve in the Empire and Hungary under Prince Eugene, and distinguished himself both at the siege and battle of Belgrade. My father, after the birth of my only brother, set off on recommendation for Constantinople, and was appointed watchmaker to the Seraglio. During his absence, the beauty, wit, and accomplishments of my mother attracted a number of admirers, among whom Monsieur de la Closure, resident of France, was the most assiduous in his attentions. His passion must have been extremely violent, since after a period of 30 years I have seen him affected at the very mention of her name. My mother had a defence more powerful even than her virtue. She tenderly loved my father, and conjured him to return. His inclination seconding his request, he gave up every prospect of emolument, and hastened to Geneva. I was the unfortunate fruit of this return, being born 10 months after, in a very weakly and infirm state. My birth cost my mother her life, and was the first of my misfortunes. I am ignorant how my father supported her loss at that time, but I know he was ever after inconsolable. In me, he still thought he saw her he so tenderly lamented, but could never forget I had been the innocent cause of his misfortune. Nor did he ever embrace me, but his sighs, the convulsive pressure of his arms, witnessed that a bitter regret mingled itself with his caresses, though, as may be supposed, they were not on this account less ardent. When he said to me, "Jean-Jacques, let us talk of your mother," my usual reply was, "Yes, father, but then you know we shall cry." And immediately the tears started from his eyes. "Ah!" exclaimed he, with agitation, "give me back my wife. At least console me for her loss. fill up, dear boy, the void she has left in my soul. Could I love thee thus, wert thou only my son?" 40 years after this loss he expired in the arms of his second wife, but the name of the first still vibrated on his lips, still was her image engraved on his heart. Such were the authors of my being. Of all the gifts it had pleased heaven to bestow on them, a feeling heart was the only one that descended to me. This had been the source of their felicity. It was the foundation of all my misfortunes. I came into the world with so few signs of life that they entertained but little hope of preserving me. With the seeds of a disorder that has gathered strength with years, and from which I am now relieved at intervals, only to suffer a different, though more intolerable evil. I owed my preservation to one of my father's sisters, an amiable and virtuous girl, who took the most tender care of me. She is yet living, nursing at the age of 80 a husband younger than herself, but worn out with excessive drinking. Dear aunt, I freely forgive your having preserved my life, and only lament that it is not in my power to bestow on the decline of your days the tender solicitude and care you lavished on the first dawn of mine. My nurse, Jacqueline, is likewise living and in good health. The hands that opened my eyes to the light of this world may close them at my death. We suffer before we think. It is the common lot of humanity. I experienced more than my proportion of it. I have no knowledge of what passed prior to my 5th or 6th year. I recollect nothing of learning to read. I only remember what effect the first considerable exercise of it produced on my mind, and from that moment I date an uninterrupted knowledge of myself. Every night after supper we read some part of a small collection of romances which had been my mother's. My father's design was only to improve me in reading, and he thought these entertaining works were calculated to give me a fondness for it. But we soon found ourselves so interested in the adventures they contained that we alternately read whole nights together, and could not bear to give over until at the conclusion of a volume. Sometimes in a morning, on hearing the swallows at our window, my father, quite ashamed of this weakness, would cry, "Come, come, let us go to bed. I am more a child than thou art." I soon acquired, by this dangerous custom, not only an extreme facility in reading and comprehending, but, for my age, a too intimate acquaintance with the passions. An infinity of sensations were familiar to me, without possessing any precise idea of the objects to which they related. I had conceived nothing, I had felt the whole. This confused succession of emotions did not retard the future efforts of my reason, though they added an extravagant, romantic notion of human life, which experience and reflection have never been able to eradicate. My romance reading concluded with the summer of 1719. The following winter was differently employed. My mother's library being quite exhausted, we had recourse to that part of her father's which had devolved to us. Here we happily found some valuable books, which was by no means extraordinary, having been selected by a minister that truly deserved that title, in whom learning, which was the rage of the times, was but a secondary commendation, his taste and good sense being most conspicuous. The History of the Church and Empire by Le Sueur, Bossuet's Discourses on Universal History, Plutarch's Lives, the History of Venice by Nani, Ovid's Metamorphoses, La Bruyère, Fontenelle's World, his Dialogues of the Dead, and a few volumes of Molière, were soon ranged in my father's closet, where, during the hours he was employed in his business, I daily read them, with an avidity and taste uncommon, perhaps unprecedented, at my age. Plutarch presently became my greatest favourite. The satisfaction I derived from repeated readings I gave this author extinguished my passion for romances, and I shortly preferred Agesilaus, Brutus, and Aristides to Orondates, Artamene, and Juba. These interesting studies, seconded by the conversations they frequently occasioned with my father, produced that republican spirit and love of liberty, that haughty and invincible turn of mind, which rendered me impatient of restraint or servitude, and became the torment of my life, as I continually found myself in situations incompatible with these sentiments. Incessantly occupied with Rome and Athens, conversing, if I may so express myself, with their illustrious heroes, born the citizen of a republic, of a father whose ruling passion was a love of his country, I was fired with these examples, could fancy myself a Greek or Roman, and readily give into the character of the personage whose life I read. Transported by the recital of any extraordinary instance of fortitude or intrepidity, animation flashed from my eyes, and gave my voice additional strength and energy. One day at table, while relating the fortitude of Scaevola, they were terrified at seeing me start from my seat and hold my hand over a hot chafing dish, to represent more forcibly the action of that determined Roman. My brother, who was 7 years older than myself, was brought up to my father's profession. The extraordinary affection they lavished on me might be the reason he was too much neglected. This certainly was a fault which cannot be justified. His education and morals suffered by this neglect, and he acquired the habits of a libertine before he arrived at an age to be really one. My father tried what effect placing him with a master would produce, but he still persisted in the same ill conduct. Though I saw him so seldom that it could hardly be said we were acquainted, I loved him tenderly, and believe he had as strong an affection for me as a youth of his dissipated turn of mind could be supposed capable of. One day, I remember, when my father was correcting him severely, I threw myself between them, embracing my brother, whom I covered with my body, receiving the strokes designed for him. I persisted so obstinately in my protection that, either softened by my cries and tears, or fearing to hurt me most, his anger subsided, and he pardoned his fault. In the end, my brother's conduct became so bad that he suddenly disappeared, and we learned some time after that he was in Germany. But he never wrote to us, and from that day we heard no news of him. Thus I became an only son. If this poor lad was neglected, it was quite different with his brother, for the children of a king could not be treated with more attention and tenderness than were bestowed on my infancy, being the darling of the family, and, what is rather uncommon, though treated as a beloved, never a spoiled child, was never permitted, while under paternal inspection, to play in the street with other children, never had any occasion to contradict or indulge those fantastical humours which are usually attributed to nature, but are in reality the effects of an injudicious education. I had the faults common to my age, was talkative, a glutton, and sometimes a liar, made no scruple of stealing sweetmeats, fruits, or indeed any kind of eatables, but never took delight in mischievous waste, in accusing others, or tormenting harmless animals. I recollect, indeed, that one day, while Madame Clos, a neighbour of ours, was gone to church, I made water in her kettle. The remembrance even now makes me smile, for Madame Clos, though, if you please, a good sort of creature, was one of the most tedious, grumbling old women I ever knew. Thus have I given a brief but faithful history of my childish transgressions. End of section 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 2 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 2. How could I become cruel or vicious when I had before my eyes only examples of mildness, and was surrounded by some of the best people in the world? My father, my aunt, my nurse, my relations, our friends, our neighbours, all I had any connection with, did not obey me, it is true, but loved me tenderly, and I returned their affection. I found so little to excite my desires, and those I had were so seldom contradicted, that I was hardly sensible of possessing any, and can solemnly aver I was an absolute stranger to caprice until after I had experienced the authority of a master. Those hours that were not employed in reading or writing with my father, or walking with my governess Jacqueline, I spent with my aunt, and whether seeing her embroider or hearing her sing, whether sitting or standing by her side, I was ever happy. Her tenderness and unaffected gaiety, the charms of her figure and countenance, have left such indelible impressions on my mind that her manner, look, and attitude are still before my eyes. I recollect 1,000 little caressing questions, could describe her clothes, her headdress, nor have the 2 curls of fine black hair which hung on her temples, according to the mode of that time, escaped my memory. Though my taste, or rather passion for music, did not show itself until a considerable time after, I am fully persuaded it is to her I am indebted for it. She knew a great number of songs, which she sung with great sweetness and melody. The serenity and cheerfulness which were conspicuous in this lovely girl banished melancholy and made all round her happy. The charms of her voice had such an effect on me that not only several of her songs have ever since remained on my memory, but some I have not thought of from my infancy, as I grow old, return upon my mind with a charm altogether inexpressible. Would any one believe that an old dotard like me, worn out with care and infirmity, should sometimes surprise himself weeping like a child, and in a voice querulous and broken by age, muttering out one of those airs which were the favourites of my infancy? There is one song in particular, whose tune I perfectly recollect, but the words that compose the latter half of it constantly refuse every effort to recall them, though I have a confused idea of the rhymes. The beginning, with what I have been able to recollect of the remainder, is as follows: Tircis, je n'ose écouter ton chalumeau sous leurs mots, car on en cause déjà dans notre amour. Ta 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 ta. Un berger s'engager sans danger, et toujours l'épine sous la rose. I have endeavoured to account for the invincible charm my heart feels on the recollection of this fragment, but it is altogether inexplicable. I only know that before I get to the end of it, I always find my voice interrupted by tenderness, and my eyes suffused with tears. I have 100 times formed the resolution of writing to Paris for the remainder of these words, if any one should chance to know them, but I am almost certain the pleasure I take in the recollection would be greatly diminished was I assured any one but my poor Aunt Suzanne had sung them. Such were my affections on entering this life. Thus began to form and demonstrate itself a heart at once haughty and tender, a character effeminate yet invincible, which, fluctuating between weakness and courage, luxury and virtue, has ever set me in contradiction to myself, causing abstinence and enjoyment, pleasure and prudence equally to shun me. This course of education was interrupted by an accident whose consequences influenced the rest of my life. My father had a quarrel with Monsieur G, who had a captain's commission in France, and was related to several of the council. This G, who was an insolent, ungenerous man, happening to bleed at the nose, in order to be revenged, accused my father of having drawn his sword on him in the city, and in consequence of this charge they were about to conduct him to prison. He insisted, according to the law of this republic, that the accuser should be confined at the same time, and not being able to obtain this, preferred a voluntary banishment for the remainder of his life to giving up a point by which he must sacrifice his honour and liberty. I remained, under the tuition of my uncle Bernard, who was at that time employed in the fortifications of Geneva. He had lost his eldest daughter, but had a son about my own age, and we were sent together to Bossey to board with the minister Lambertier. Here we were to learn Latin, with all the insignificant trash that has obtained the name of education. 2 years spent in this village softened in some degree my Roman fierceness, and again reduced me to a state of childhood. At Geneva, where nothing was exacted, I loved reading, which was indeed my principal amusement. But at Bossey, where application was expected, I was fond of play as a relaxation. The country was so new, so charming in my idea, that it seemed impossible to find satiety in its enjoyments, and I conceived a passion for rural life, which time has not been able to extinguish. Nor have I ever ceased to regret the pure and tranquil pleasures I enjoyed at this place in my childhood, the remembrance having followed me through every age, even to that in which I am hastening again towards it. Monsieur Lambertier was a worthy, sensible man, who, without neglecting our instruction, never made our acquisitions burthensome or tasks tedious. What convinces me of the rectitude of his method is that, notwithstanding my extreme aversion to restraint, the recollection of my studies is never attended with disgust, and if my improvement was trivial, it was obtained with ease, and has never escaped memory. The simplicity of this rural life was of infinite advantage in opening my heart to the reception of true friendship. The sentiments I had hitherto formed on this subject were extremely elevated, but altogether imaginary. The habit of living in this peaceful manner soon united me tenderly to my cousin Bernard. My affection was more ardent than that I had felt for my brother, nor has time ever been able to efface it. He was a tall, lank, weakly boy, with a mind as mild as his body was feeble, and who did not wrong the good opinion they were disposed to entertain for the son of my guardian. Our studies, amusements, and tasks were the same. We were alone. Each wanted a playmate. To separate would in some measure have been to annihilate us. Though we had not many opportunities of demonstrating our attachment to each other, it was certainly extreme, and so far from enduring the thought of separation, we could not even form an idea that we should ever be able to submit to it. Each of a disposition to be won by kindness, and complacent when not soured by contradiction, we agreed in every particular. If by the favour of those who governed us he had the ascendant while in their presence, I was sure to acquire it when we were alone, and this preserved the equilibrium so necessary in friendship. If he hesitated in repeating his task, I prompted him. When my exercises were finished, I helped to write his, and in our amusements, my disposition being most active, ever had the lead. In a word, our characters accorded so well, and the friendship that subsisted between us was so cordial, that during the 5 years we were at Bossey and Geneva, we were inseparable. We often fought, it is true, but there was never any occasion to separate us. No one of our quarrels lasted more than a quarter of an hour, and never in our lives did we make any complaint of each other. It may be said these remarks are frivolous, but perhaps a similar example among children can hardly be produced. The manner in which I passed my time at Bossey was so agreeable to my disposition that it only required a longer duration absolutely to have fixed my character, which would have had only peaceable, affectionate, benevolent sentiments for its basis. I believe no individual of our kind ever possessed less natural vanity than myself. At intervals, by an extraordinary effort, I arrived at sublime ideas, but presently sunk again into my original languor. To be loved by everyone who knew me was my most ardent wish. I was naturally mild, my cousin was equally so, and those who had the care of us were of similar dispositions. Everything contributed to strengthen those propensities which nature had implanted in my breast, and during the 2 years I was neither the victim nor witness of any violent emotions. I knew nothing so delightful as to see everyone content, not only with me, but all that concerned them. When repeating our catechism at church, nothing could give me greater vexation on being obliged to hesitate than to see Mademoiselle Lambercier's countenance express disapprobation and uneasiness. This alone was more afflicting to me than the shame of faltering before so many witnesses, which, notwithstanding, was sufficiently painful, for though not over-solicitous of praise, I was feelingly alive to shame. Yet I can truly affirm the dread of being reprimanded by Mademoiselle Lambercier alarmed me less than the thought of making her uneasy. Neither she nor her brother were deficient in a reasonable severity, but as this was scarce ever exerted without just cause, I was more afflicted at their disapprobation than the punishment. Certainly, the method of treating youth would be altered if the distant effects this indiscriminate and frequently indiscreet method produces were more conspicuous. I would willingly excuse myself from a further explanation, did not the lesson this example conveys, which points out an evil as frequent as it is pernicious, forbid my silence. As Mademoiselle Lambercier felt a mother's affection, she sometimes exerted a mother's authority, even to inflicting on us, when we deserved it, the punishment of infants. She had often threatened it, and this threat of a treatment entirely new appeared to me extremely dreadful. But I found the reality much less terrible than the idea, and what is still more unaccountable, this punishment increased my affection for the person who had inflicted it. All this affection, aided by my natural mildness, was scarcely sufficient to prevent my seeking, by fresh offences, a return of the same chastisement. For a degree of sensuality had mingled with the smart and shame, which left more desire than fear of a repetition. I was well convinced the same discipline from her brother would have produced a quite contrary effect, but from a man of his disposition this was not probable, and if I abstained from meriting correction, it was merely from a fear of offending Mademoiselle Lambercier, for benevolence, aided by the passions, has ever maintained an empire over me which has given law to my heart. This event, which, though desirable, I had not endeavoured to accelerate, arrived without my fault, I should say without my seeking, and I profited by it with a safe conscience. But this second was also the last time, for Mademoiselle Lambercier, who doubtless had some reason to imagine this chastisement did not produce the desired effect, declared it was too fatiguing, and that she renounced it for the future. Till now we had slept in her chamber, and during the winter even in her bed. But 2 days after, another room was prepared for us, and from that moment I had the honour, which I could very well have dispensed with, of being treated by her as a great boy. Who would believe this childish discipline, received at 8 years old from the hands of a woman of 30, should influence my propensities, my desires, my passions, for the rest of my life, and that in quite a contrary sense from what might naturally have been expected? The very incident that inflamed my senses gave my desires such an extraordinary turn that, confined to what I had already experienced, I sought no further, and with blood boiling with sensuality, almost from my birth, preserved my purity beyond the age when the coldest constitutions lose their insensibility. Long tormented, without knowing by what, I gazed on every handsome woman with delight. Imagination incessantly brought their charms to my remembrance, only to transform them into so many Mademoiselle Lamberciers. End of section 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 3 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 3. If ever education was perfectly chaste, it was certainly that I received. My 3 aunts were not only of exemplary prudence, but maintained a degree of modest reserve which women have long since thought unnecessary. My father, it is true, loved pleasure, but his gallantry was rather of the last than the present century, and he never expressed his affection for any woman he regarded in terms a virgin could have blushed at. Indeed, it was impossible more attention should be paid to that regard we owe the morals of children than was uniformly observed by everyone I had any concern with. An equal degree of reserve in this particular was observed at Monsieur Lambercier's, where a good maidservant was discharged for having once made use of an expression before us, which was thought to contain some degree of indelicacy. I had no precise idea of the ultimate effect of the passions, but the conception I had formed was extremely disgusting. I entertained a particular aversion for courtesans, nor could I look on a rake without a degree of disdain mingled with terror. These prejudices of education, proper in themselves to retard the first explosions of a combustible constitution, were strengthened, as I have already hinted, by the effect the first moments of sensuality produced in me, for notwithstanding the troublesome ebullition of my blood, I was satisfied with the species of voluptuousness I had already been acquainted with, and sought no further. Thus I passed the age of puberty with a constitution extremely ardent, without knowing or even wishing for any other gratification of the passions than what Mademoiselle Lambercier had innocently given me an idea of. And when I became a man, that childish taste, instead of vanishing, only associated with the other. This folly, joined to a natural timidity, has always prevented my being very enterprising with women, so that I have passed my days in languishing in silence for those I most admired, without daring to disclose my wishes. To fall at the feet of an imperious mistress, obey her mandates, or implore pardon, were for me the most exquisite enjoyments, and the more my blood was inflamed by the efforts of a lively imagination, the more I acquired the appearance of a whining lover. It will be readily conceived that this mode of making love is not attended with a rapid progress or imminent danger to the virtue of its object. Yet, though I have few favours to boast of, I have not been excluded from enjoyment, however imaginary. Thus the senses, in concurrence with a mind equally timid and romantic, have preserved my morale chaste and feelings uncorrupted, with precisely the same inclinations, which, seconded with a moderate portion of effrontery, might have plunged me into the most unwarrantable excesses. I have made the first most difficult step in the obscure and painful maze of my confessions. We never feel so great a degree of repugnance in divulging what is really criminal as what is merely ridiculous. I am now assured of my resolution, for after what I have dared disclose, nothing can have power to deter me. The difficulty attending these acknowledgments will be readily conceived when I declare that during the whole of my life, though frequently labouring under the most violent agitation, being hurried away with the impetuosity of a passion which, when in company with those I loved, deprived me of the faculty of sight and hearing, I could never, in the course of the most unbounded familiarity, acquire sufficient resolution to declare my folly, and implore the only favour that remained to bestow. In thus investigating the first traces of my sensible existence, I find elements which, though seemingly incompatible, have united to produce a simple and uniform effect, while others, apparently the same, have, by the concurrence of certain circumstances, formed such different combinations that it would never be imagined they had any affinity. Who would believe, for example, that one of the most vigorous springs of my soul was tempered in the identical source from whence luxury and ease mingled with my constitution and circulated in my veins? Before I quit this subject, I will add a striking instance of the different effects they produced. One day, while I was studying in a chamber contiguous to the kitchen, the maid set some of Mademoiselle Lambercier's combs to dry by the fire, and on coming to fetch them some time after, was surprised to find the teeth of one of them broken off. Who could be suspected of this mischief? No one but myself had entered the room. I was questioned, but denied having any knowledge of it. Monsieur and Mademoiselle Lambercier consult, exhort, threaten, but all to no purpose. I obstinately persist in the denial, and though this was the first time I had been detected in a confirmed falsehood, appearances were so strong that they overthrew all my protestations. This affair was thought serious. The mischief, the lie, the obstinacy were considered equally deserving of punishment, which was not now to be administered by Mademoiselle Lambercier. My uncle Bernard was written to. He arrived, and my poor cousin being charged with a crime no less serious, we were conducted to the same execution, which was inflicted with great severity. If, finding a remedy in the evil itself, they had sought ever to allay my depraved desires, they could not have chosen a shorter method to accomplish their designs, and I can assure my readers I was for a long time freed from the dominion of them. As this severity could not draw from me the expected acknowledgment, which obstinacy brought on several repetitions, and reduced me to a deplorable situation, yet I was immovable, and resolutely determined to suffer death rather than submit. Force at length was obliged to yield to the diabolical infatuation of a child, for no better name was bestowed on my constancy, and I came out of this dreadful trial, torn, it is true, but triumphant. 50 years have expired since this adventure. The fear of punishment is no more. Well then, I aver in the face of heaven, I was absolutely innocent, and so far from breaking or even touching the comb, never came near the fire. It will be asked, how did this mischief happen? I can form no conception of it. I only know my own innocence. Let anyone figure to himself a character whose leading traits were docility and timidity, but haughty, ardent, and invincible in its passions. A child hitherto governed by the voice of reason, treated with mildness, equity, and complacence, who could not even support the idea of injustice, experiencing for the first time so violent an instance of it, inflicted by those he most loved and respected. What perversion of ideas! What confusion in the heart, the brain, in all my little being, intelligent and moral! Let anyone, I say, if possible, imagine all this, for I am incapable of giving the least idea of what passed in my mind at that period. My reason was not sufficiently established to enable me to put myself in the place of others, and judge how much appearances condemned me. I only beheld the rigour of a dreadful chastisement, inflicted for a crime I had not committed. Yet I can truly affirm the smart I suffered, though violent, was inconsiderable compared to what I felt from indignation, rage, and despair. My cousin, who was almost in similar circumstances, having been punished for an involuntary fault as guilty of a premeditated crime, became furious by my example. Both in the same bed, we embraced each other with convulsive transport. We were almost suffocated, and when our young hearts found sufficient relief to breathe out our indignation, we sat up in the bed, and with all our force repeated 100 times, "Carnifex! Carnifex! Carnifex! Executioner! Tormentor!" Even while I write this, I feel my pulse quicken, and should I live 100,000 years, the agitation of that moment would still be fresh in my memory. The first instance of violence and oppression is so deeply engraved on my soul that every relative idea renews my emotion. The sentiment of indignation, which in its origin had reference only to myself, has acquired such strength, and is at present so completely detached from personal motives, that my heart is as much inflamed at the sight or relation of any act of injustice, whatever may be the object, or wheresoever it may be perpetrated, as if I was the immediate sufferer. When I read the history of a merciless tyrant, or the dark and the subtle machination of a knavish designing priest, I could on the instant set off to stab the miscreants, though I was certain to perish in the attempt. I have frequently fatigued myself by running after and stoning a cock, a cow, a dog, or any animal I saw tormenting another, only because it was conscious of possessing superior strength. This may be natural to me, and I am inclined to believe it is, though the lively impression of the first injustice I became the victim of was too long and too powerfully remembered not to have added considerable force to it. This occurrence terminated my infantine serenity. From that moment I ceased to enjoy a pure, unadulterated happiness, and on a retrospection of the pleasures of my childhood, I yet feel they ended here. We continued at Bossey some months after this event, but were like our first parents in the Garden of Eden after they had lost their innocence. In appearance our situation was the same, in effect it was totally different. Affection, respect, Intimacy, confidence, no longer attached the pupils to their guides. We beheld them no longer as divinities who could read the secrets of our hearts. We were less ashamed of committing faults, more afraid of being accused of them. We learned to dissemble, to rebel, to lie. All the vices common to our years began to corrupt our happy innocence, mingle with our sports, and embitter our amusements. The country itself, losing those sweet and simple charms which captivate the heart, appeared a gloomy desert, or covered with a veil that concealed its beauties. We cultivated our little gardens no more. Our flowers were neglected. We no longer scratched away the mould and broke out into exclamations of delight on discovering that the grain we had sown began to shoot. We were disgusted with our situation. Our preceptors were weary of us. In a word, my uncle wrote for our return, and we left Monsieur and Mademoiselle Lambercier without feeling any regret at the separation. End of section 3. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 4 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 4. Near 30 years passed away from my leaving Bossey, without once recalling the place to my mind with any degree of satisfaction. But after having passed the prime of life, as I decline into old age, while more recent occurrences are wearing out apace, I feel these remembrances revive and imprint themselves on my heart with a force and charm that every day acquires fresh strength, as if, feeling life fleet from me, I endeavoured to catch it again by its commencement. The most trifling incidents of those happy days delight me, for no other reason than being of those days. I recall every circumstance of time, place, and persons. I see the maid or footman busy in the chamber, a swallow entering the window, a fly settling on my hand while repeating my lessons. I see the whole economy of the apartment. On the right hand, Monsieur Lambercier's closet, with a print representing all the popes, a barometer, a large almanac, the windows of the house, which stood in a hollow at the bottom of the garden, shaded by raspberry shrubs, whose shoots sometimes found entrance. I am sensible the reader has no occasion to know all this, but I feel a kind of necessity for relating it. Why am I not permitted to recount all the little anecdotes of that thrice happy age, at the recollection of whose joys I ever tremble with delight? 5 or 6 particularly. Let us compromise the matter. I will give up 5, but then I must have 1, and only 1, provided I may draw it out to its utmost length, in order to prolong my satisfaction. If I only sought yours, I should choose that of Mademoiselle Lambercier's backside, which by an unlucky fall at the bottom of the meadow was exposed to the view of the King of Sardinia, who happened to be passing by. But that of the walnut tree on the terrace is more amusing to me, since here I was an actor, whereas in the above-mentioned scene I was only a spectator, and I must confess I see nothing that should occasion risibility in an accident which, however laughable in itself, alarmed me for a person I loved as a mother, or perhaps something more. Ye curious readers, whose expectations are already on the stretch for the noble history of the terrace, listen to the tragedy, and abstain from trembling, if you can, at the horrible catastrophe. At the outside of the courtyard door, on the left hand, was a terrace. Here they often sat after dinner, but it was subject to one inconvenience, being too much exposed to the rays of the sun. To obviate this defect, Monsieur Lambertier had a walnut tree set there, the planting of which was attended with great solemnity. The two boarders were godfathers, and while the earth was replacing round the root, each held the tree with one hand, singing songs of triumph. In order to water it with more effect, they formed a kind of luçon, hollow, around its foot. Myself and cousin, who were every day ardent spectators of this watering, confirmed each other in the very natural idea that it was nobler to plant trees on the terrace than colours on a breach, and this glory we were resolved to procure without dividing it with any one. In pursuance of this resolution, we cut a slip off a willow, and planted it on the terrace, at about 8 or 10 feet distance from the august walnut tree. We did not forget to make a hollow round it. But the difficulty was how to procure a supply of water, which was brought from a considerable distance, and we not permitted to fetch it. But water was absolutely necessary for our willow, and we made use of every stratagem to obtain it. For a few days everything succeeded so well that it began to bud and throw out small leaves, which we hourly measured, convinced, though now scarce a foot from the ground, it would soon afford us a refreshing shade. This unfortunate willow, by engrossing our whole time, rendered us incapable of application to any other study, and the cause of our inattention not being known, we were kept closer than before. The fatal moment approached when water must fail, and we were already afflicted with the idea that our tree must perish with drought. At length, necessity, the parent of industry, suggested an invention, by which we might save our tree from death, and ourselves from despair. It was to make a furrow underground, which would privately conduct a part of the water from the walnut tree to our willow. This undertaking was executed with ardour, but did not immediately succeed. Our descent was not skilfully planned. The water did not run, the earth falling in and stopping up the furrow. Yet, though all went contrary, nothing discouraged us. Omnia vincit labor improbus. We made the basin deeper, to give the water a more sensible descent. We cut the bottom of a box into narrow planks, increased the channel from the walnut tree to our willow, and laying a row flat at the bottom, set two others inclining towards each other, so as to form a triangular channel. We formed a kind of grating with small sticks at the end next the walnut tree, to prevent the earth and stones from stopping it up, and having carefully covered our work with well-trodden earth, in a transport of hope and fear attended the hour of watering. After an interval which seemed an age of expectation, this hour arrived. Monsieur Lambercier, as usual, assisted at the operation. We contrived to get between him and our tree, towards which he fortunately turned his back. They no sooner began to pour the first pail of water than we perceived it running to the willow. This sight was too much for our prudence, and we involuntarily expressed our transport by a shout of joy. The sudden exclamation made Monsieur Lambercier turn about, though at that instant he was delighted to observe how greedily the earth, which surrounded the root of his walnut tree, imbibed the water. Surprised at seeing two trenches partake of it, he shouted in his turn, examines, perceives the roguery, and sending instantly for a pickaxe, at one fatal blow makes 2 or 3 of our planks fly, crying out meantime with all his strength, "An aqueduct! An aqueduct!" His strokes redoubled, every one of which made an impression on our hearts. In a moment the planks, the channel, the basin, even our favourite willow, all were ploughed up, nor was one word pronounced during this terrible transaction, except the above-mentioned exclamation. "An aqueduct!" repeated he, while destroying all our hopes. "An aqueduct! An aqueduct!" It may be supposed this adventure had a still more melancholy end for the young architects. This, however, was not the case. The affair ended here. Monsieur Lambercier never reproached us on this account, nor was his countenance clouded with a frown. We even heard him mention the circumstance to his sister, with loud bursts of laughter. The laugh of Monsieur Lambercier might be heard to a considerable distance, but what is still more surprising, after the first transport of sorrow had subsided, we did not find ourselves violently afflicted. We planted a tree in another spot, and frequently recollected the catastrophe of the former, repeating with a significant emphasis, "An aqueduct! An aqueduct!" Till then, at intervals, I had fits of ambition, and could fancy myself Brutus or Aristides, but this was the first visible effect of my vanity. To have constructed an aqueduct with our own hands, to have set a slip of willow in competition with a flourishing tree, appeared to me a supreme degree of glory. I had a juster conception of it at 10 than Caesar entertained at 30. The idea of this walnut tree, with the little anecdotes it gave rise to, have so well continued or returned to my memory, that the design which conveyed the most pleasing sensations during my journey to Geneva in the year 1754 was visiting Bossuet, and reviewing the monuments of my infantine amusement, above all the beloved walnut tree, whose age at that time must have been verging on 1/3 of a century. But I was so beset with company that I could not find a moment to accomplish my design. There is little appearance now of the occasion being renewed, but should I ever return to that charming spot and find my favourite walnut tree still existing, I am convinced I should water it with my tears. On my return to Geneva, I passed 2 or 3 years at my uncle's, expecting the determination of my friends respecting my future establishment. His own son, being devoted to genius, was taught drawing, and instructed by his father in the elements of Euclid. I partook of these instructions, but was principally fond of drawing. Meantime they were irresolute whether to make me a watchmaker, a lawyer, or a minister. I should have preferred being a minister, as I thought it must be a charming thing to preach, but the trifling income which had been my mother's, and was to be divided between my brother and myself, was too inconsiderable to defray the expense attending the prosecution of my studies. As my age did not render the choice very pressing, I remained with my uncle, passing my time with very little improvement, and paying pretty dear, though not unreasonably, for my board. My uncle, like my father, was a man of pleasure, but had not learned, like him, to abridge his amusements for the sake of instructing his family. Consequently, our education was neglected. My aunt was a devotee, who loved singing psalms better than thinking of our improvement, so that we were left entirely to ourselves, which liberty we never abused. Ever inseparable, we were all the world to each other, and feeling no inclination to frequent the company of a number of disorderly lads of our own age, we learned none of those habits of libertinism to which our idle life exposed us. Perhaps I am wrong in charging myself and cousin with idleness at this time, for in our lives we were never less so, and what was extremely fortunate, so incessantly occupied with our amusements that we found no temptation to spend any part of our time in the streets. We made cages, pipes, kites, drums, houses, ships, and bows, spoiled the tools of my good old grandfather by endeavouring to make watches in imitation of him, but our favourite amusement was wasting paper in drawing, washing, colouring, etc. There came an Italian mountebank to Geneva called Gambercorta, who had an exhibition of puppets that he made play a kind of comedy. We went once to see them, but could not spare time to go again, being busily employed in making puppets of our own and inventing comedies, which we immediately set about making them perform, mimicking to the best of our abilities the uncouth voice of Punch, and to complete the business, my good aunt and uncle Bernard had the patience to see and listen to our imitations. But my uncle, having one day read an elaborate discourse to his family, we instantly gave up our comedies and began composing sermons. These details, I confess, are not very amusing, but they serve to demonstrate that the former part of our education was well directed, since being at such an early age the absolute masters of our time, we found no inclination to abuse it, and so little in want of other companions that we constantly neglected every occasion of seeking them. When taking our walks together, we observed their diversions without feeling any inclination to partake of them. Friendship so entirely occupied our hearts that, pleased with each other's company, the simplest pastimes were sufficient to delight us. We were soon remarked for being thus inseparable, and what rendered us more conspicuous, my cousin was very tall, myself extremely short, so that we exhibited a very whimsical contrast. This meagre figure, small sallow countenance, heavy air, and supine gait excited the ridicule of the children, who in the gibberish of the country nicknamed him Barnabredana, ass in a bridle, and we no sooner got out of doors than our ears were assailed with a repetition of Barnabredana. He bore this indignity with tolerable patience, but I was instantly for fighting. This was what the young rogues aimed at. I engaged accordingly, and was beat. My poor cousin did all in his power to assist me, but he was weak, and a single stroke brought him to the ground. I then became furious, and received several smart blows, some of which were aimed at Barnabredana. This quarrel so far increased the evil that, to avoid their insults, we could only show ourselves in the streets while they were employed at school. End of section 4. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 5 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 5. I had already become a redresser of grievances. There only wanted a lady in the way to be a knight-errant in form. This defect was soon supplied. I presently had 2. I frequently went to see my father at Nyons, a small city in the Vaudois country, where he was now settled. Being universally respected, the affection entertained for him extended to me, and during my visits the question seemed to be, who should show me most kindness? A Madame de Vulson, in particular, loaded me with caresses, and to complete all, her daughter made me her gallant. I need not explain what kind of gallant a boy of 11 must be to a girl of 22. The artful hussies know how to set these puppets up in front, to conceal more serious engagements. On my part, I saw no inequality between myself and Mademoiselle Vulson, was flattered by the circumstance, and went into it with my whole heart, or rather my whole head, for this passion certainly reached no further, though it transported me almost to madness, and frequently produced scenes sufficient to make even a cynic expire with laughter. I have experienced two kinds of love, equally real, which have scarce any affinity, yet differing materially from tender friendship. My whole life has been divided between these affections, and I have frequently felt the power of both at the same instant. For example, at the very time I so publicly and tyrannically claimed Mademoiselle Vulson, that I could not suffer any other of my sex to approach her, I had short but passionate assignations with a Mademoiselle Goton, who thought proper to act the schoolmistress with me. Our meetings, though absolutely childish, afforded me the height of happiness. I felt the whole charm of mystery, and repaid Mademoiselle Vulson in kind, when she least expected it, the use she made of me in concealing her amours. To my great mortification, this secret was soon discovered, and I presently lost my young schoolmistress. Mademoiselle Goton was in fact a singular personage. She was not handsome, yet there was a certain something in her figure which could not easily be forgotten, and this, for an old fool, I am too often convinced of. Her eyes, in particular, neither corresponded with her age, her height, nor her manner. She had a lofty, imposing air, which agreed extremely well with the character she assumed, but the most extraordinary part of her composition was a mixture of forwardness and reserve, difficult to be conceived, and while she took the greatest liberties with me, would never permit any to be taken with her in return, treating me precisely like a child. This makes me suppose she had either ceased herself to be one, or was yet sufficiently so to behold us play the danger to which this folly exposed her. I was so absolutely in the power of both these mistresses, that when in the presence of either, I never thought of her who was absent. In other respects, the effects they produced on me bore no affinity. I could have passed my whole life with Mademoiselle Vulson, without forming a wish to quit her, but then my satisfaction was attended with a pleasing serenity, and in numerous companies I was particularly charmed with her. The sprightly sallies of her wit, the arch glance of her eye, even jealousy itself strengthened my attachment, and I triumphed in the preference she seemed to bestow on me, while addressed by more powerful rivals. Applause, encouragement, and smiles gave animation to my happiness. Surrounded by a throng of observers, I felt the whole force of love. I was passionate, transported. In a tete-a-tete, I should have been constrained, thoughtful, perhaps unhappy. If Mademoiselle Vulson was ill, I suffered with her, would willingly have given up my own health to establish hers, and observe, I knew the want of it from experience. If absent, she employed my thoughts, I felt the want of her. When present, her caresses came with warmth and rapture to my heart, though my senses were unaffected. The familiarities she bestowed on me, I could not have supported the idea of her granting to another. I loved her with a brother's affection only, but experienced all the jealousy of a lover. With Mademoiselle Goton, this passion might have acquired a degree of fury. I should have been a Turk, a tiger, had I once imagined she bestowed her favours on any but myself. The pleasure I felt on approaching Mademoiselle Vulson was sufficiently ardent, though unattended with uneasy sensations. But at sight of Mademoiselle Goton, I felt myself bewildered. Every sense was absorbed in ecstasy. I believe it would have been impossible to have remained long with her. I must have been suffocated with the violence of my palpitations. I equally dreaded giving either of them displeasure. With one I was more complacent, with the other more submissive. I would not have offended Mademoiselle Vulson for the world, but if Mademoiselle Goton had commanded me to throw myself into the flames, I think I should have instantly obeyed her. Happily, both for her and myself, our amours, or rather rendezvous, were not of long duration, and though my connection with Mademoiselle Vulson was less dangerous, after a continuance of some greater length, that likewise had its catastrophe. Indeed, the termination of a love affair is good for nothing unless it partakes of the romantic, and can furnish out at least an exclamation. Though my correspondence with Mademoiselle Vulson was less animated, it was perhaps more endearing. We never separated without tears, and it can hardly be conceived what a void I felt in my heart. I could neither think nor speak of anything but her. These romantic sorrows were not affected, though I am inclined to believe they did not absolutely centre in her. For I am persuaded, though I did not perceive it at that time, being deprived of amusement bore a considerable share in them. To soften the rigour of absence, we agreed to correspond with each other, and the pathetic expressions these letters contained were sufficient to have split a rock. In a word, I had the honour of her not being able to endure the pain of separation. She came to see me at Geneva. My head was now completely turned, and during the 2 days she remained here, I was intoxicated with delight. At her departure, I would have thrown myself into the water after her, and absolutely rent the air with my cries. The week following she sent me sweetmeats, gloves, etc. This certainly would have appeared extremely gallant, had I not been informed of her marriage at the same instant, and that the journey I had thought proper to give myself the honour of was only to buy her wedding suit. My indignation may easily be conceived. I shall not attempt to describe it. In this heroic fury, I swore never more to see the perfidious girl, supposing it the greatest punishment that could be inflicted on her. This, however, did not occasion her death, for 20 years after, while on a visit to my father, being on the lake, I asked who those ladies were in a boat not far from ours. What? Said my father, smiling. Does not your heart inform you? It is your former flame. It is Madame Christin, or, if you please, Mademoiselle Vulson. I started at the almost forgotten name, and instantly ordered the waterman to turn off, not judging it worth while to be perjured, however favourable the opportunity for revenge, in renewing a dispute of 20 years past with a woman of 40. End of section 5. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 6 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 6. Thus, before my future destination was determined, did I fool away the most precious moments of my youth. After deliberating a long time on the bent of my natural inclinations, they resolved to dispose of me in a manner the most repugnant to them. I was sent to Monsieur Masseron, the city register, to learn, according to the expression of my uncle Bernard, the thriving occupation of a scraper. This nickname was inconceivably displeasing to me, and I promised myself but little satisfaction in the prospect of heaping up money by a mean employment. The assiduity and subjection required completed my disgust, and I never set foot in the office without feeling a kind of horror, which every day gained fresh strength. Monsieur Masseron, who was not better pleased with my abilities than I was with the employment, treated me with disdain, incessantly upbraiding me with being a fool and blockhead, not forgetting to repeat that my uncle had assured him I was a knowing one, though he could not find that I knew anything, that he had promised to furnish him with a sprightly boy, but had in truth sent him an ass. To conclude, I was turned out of the registry, with the additional ignominy of being pronounced a fool by all Monsieur Masseron's clerks, and fit only to handle a file. My vocation thus determined, I was bound apprentice, not however to a watchmaker, but to an engraver, and I had been so completely humiliated by the contempt of the register that I submitted without a murmur. My master, whose name was Monsieur Ducommon, was a young man of a very violent and boorish character, who contrived in a short time to tarnish all the amiable qualities of my childhood, to stupefy a disposition naturally sprightly, and reduce my feelings, as well as my condition, to an absolute state of servitude. I forgot my Latin, history, and antiquities. I could hardly recollect whether such people as Romans ever existed. When I visited my father, he no longer beheld his idol, nor could the ladies recognize the gallant Jean-Jacques. Nay, I was so well convinced that Monsieur and Mademoiselle Lambercier would scarce receive me as their pupil, that I endeavoured to avoid their company, and from that time have never seen them. The vilest inclinations, the basest actions, succeeded my amiable amusements, and even obliterated the very remembrance of them. I must have had, in spite of my good education, a great propensity to degenerate, else the declension could not have followed with such ease and rapidity, for never did so promising a Caesar so quickly become a Laradon. The art itself did not displease me. I had a lively taste for drawing. There was nothing displeasing in the exercise of the graver, and as it required no very extraordinary abilities to attain perfection as a watch-case engraver, I hoped to arrive at it. Perhaps I should have accomplished my design if unreasonable restraint, added to the brutality of my master, had not rendered my business disgusting. I wasted his time, and employed myself in engraving medals, which served me and my companions as a kind of insignia for a new invented order of chivalry. And though this differed very little from my usual employ, I considered it as a relaxation. Unfortunately, my master caught me at this contraband labour, and a severe beating was the consequence. He reproached me at the same time with attempting to make counterfeit money, because our medals bore the arms of the Republic, though I can truly aver I had no conception of false money, and very little of the true, knowing better how to make a Roman ass than one of our threepenny pieces. My master's tyranny rendered insupportable that labour I should otherwise have loved, and drove me to vices I naturally despised, such as falsehood, idleness, and theft. Nothing ever gave me a clearer demonstration of the difference between filial dependence and abject slavery than the remembrance of the change produced in me at that period. Hitherto I had enjoyed a reasonable liberty. This I had suddenly lost. I was enterprising at my father's, free at Monsieur Lambercier's, discreet at my uncle's, but with my master I became fearful, and from that moment my mind was vitiated. Accustomed to live on terms of perfect equality, to be witness of no pleasures I could not command, to see no dish I was not to partake of, or be sensible of a desire I might not express, to be able to bring every wish of my heart to my lips. What a transition! At my master's I was scarce allowed to speak, was forced to quit the table without tasting what I most longed for, and the room when I had nothing particular to do there, was incessantly confined to my work, while the liberty my master and his journeymen enjoyed served only to increase the weight of my subjection. When disputes happened to arise, though conscious that I understood the subject better than any of them, I dared not offer my opinion. In a word, everything I saw became an object of desire, for no other reason than because I was not permitted to enjoy anything. Farewell, gaiety, ease, those happy turns of expression which formerly even made my faults escape correction. I recollect with pleasure a circumstance which happened at my father's, which even now makes me smile. Being for some fault ordered to bed without my supper, as I was passing through the kitchen with my poor morsel of bread in my hand, I saw the meat turning on the spit. My father and the rest were round the fire. I must bow to everyone as I passed. When I had gone through this ceremony, leering with a wistful eye at the roast meat, which looked so inviting and smelt so savoury, I could not abstain from making that a bow likewise, adding in a pitiful tone, "Good-bye, roast meal." This unpremeditated pleasantry put them in such good humour that I was permitted to stay and partake of it. Perhaps the same thing might have produced a similar effect at my master's, but such a thought could never have occurred to me, or if it had, I should not have had courage to express it. Thus I learned to covet, dissemble, lie, and at length to steal, a propensity I never felt the least idea of before, though since that time I have never been able entirely to divest myself of it. Desire and inability united naturally led to this vice, which is the reason pilfering is so common among footmen and apprentices, though the latter, as they grow up and find themselves in a situation where everything is at their command, lose this shameful propensity. As I never experienced the advantage, I never enjoyed the benefit. Good sentiments, ill directed, frequently lead children into vice. Notwithstanding my continual wants and temptations, it was more than a year before I could resolve to take even eatables. My first theft was occasioned by complaisance, but it was productive of others, which had not so plausible an excuse. End of section 6. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 7 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 7. My master had a journeyman named Verrat, whose mother lived in the neighbourhood and had a garden at a considerable distance from the house, which produced excellent asparagus. This Verrat, who had no great plenty of money, took it in his head to rob her of the most early production of her garden, and by the sale of it procure those indulgences he could not otherwise afford himself. But not being very nimble, he did not care to run the hazard of a surprise. After some preliminary flattery, which I did not comprehend the meaning of, he proposed this expedition to me, as an idea which had that moment struck him. At first I would not listen to the proposal, but he persisted in his solicitation, and as I could never resist the attacks of flattery, at length prevailed. In pursuance of this virtuous resolution, I every morning repaired to the garden, gathered the best of the asparagus, and took it to the Mollard, where some good old women, who guessed how I came by it, wishing to diminish the price, made no secret of their suspicions. This produced the desired effect, for, being alarmed, I took whatever they offered, which, being taken to Monsieur Verrat, was presently metamorphosed into a breakfast, and divided with a companion of his, for though I procured it, I never partook of their good cheer, being fully satisfied with an inconsiderable bribe. I executed my roguery with the greatest fidelity, seeking only to please my employer, and several days passed before it came into my head to rob the robber, and tithe Monsieur Verrat's harvest. I never considered the hazard I ran in these expeditions, not only of a torrent of abuse, but what I should have been still more sensible of, a hearty beating. For the miscreant who received the whole benefit would certainly have denied all knowledge of the fact, and I should only have received a double portion of punishment for daring to accuse him, since, being only an apprentice, I stood no chance of being believed in opposition to a journeyman. Thus, in every situation, powerful rogues know how to save themselves at the expense of the feeble. This practice taught me it was not so terrible to thieve as I had imagined. I took care to make this discovery turn to some account, helping myself to everything within my reach that I conceived an inclination for. I was not absolutely ill-fed at my master's, and temperance was only painful to me by comparing it with the luxury he enjoyed. The custom of sending young people from table precisely when those things are served up which seem most tempting is calculated to increase their longing, and induces them to steal what they conceive to be so delicious. It may be supposed I was not backward in this particular. In general, my knavery succeeded pretty well, though quite the reverse when I happened to be detected. I recollect an attempt to procure some apples, which was attended with circumstances that make me smile and shudder even at this instant. The fruit was standing in the pantry, which, by a lattice at a considerable height, received light from the kitchen. One day, being alone in the house, I climbed up to see these precious apples, which, being out of my reach, made this pantry appear the garden of the Hesperides. I fetched the spit, tried if it would reach them. It was too short. I lengthened it with a small one which was used for game, my master being very fond of hunting, darted at them several times without success. At length was more fortunate, being transported to find I was bringing up an apple. I drew it gently to the lattice, was going to seize it, when, who can express my grief and astonishment, I found it would not pass through. It was too large. I tried every expedient to accomplish my design, sought supporters to keep the spits in the same position, a knife to divide the apple, and a lath to hold it with. At length I so far succeeded as to effect the division, and made no doubt of drawing the pieces through, but it was scarcely separated. Compassionate reader, sympathize with my affliction, when both pieces fell into the pantry. Though I lost time by this experiment, I did not lose courage, but dreading a surprise, I put off the attempt till next day, when I hoped to be more successful, and returned to my work as if nothing had happened, without once thinking of what the two obvious witnesses I had left in the pantry deposed against me. The next day, a fine opportunity offering, I renew the trial. I fasten the spits together, get on the stool, take aim, am just going to dart at my prey. Unfortunately, the dragon did not sleep. The pantry door opens. My master makes his appearance, and looking up, exclaims, "Bravo!" The horror of that moment returns. The pen drops from my hand. A continual repetition of ill treatment rendered me callous. It seemed a kind of composition for my crimes, which authorized me to continue them, and instead of looking back at the punishment, I looked forward to revenge. Being beat like a slave, I judged I had a right to all the vices of one. I was convinced that to rob and be punished were inseparable, and constituted, if I may so express myself, a kind of traffic, in which, if I perform my part of the bargain, my master would take care not to be deficient in his. That preliminary settled, I applied myself to thieving with great tranquillity, and whenever this interrogatory occurred to my mind, "What will be the consequence?" the reply was ready. I know the worst, I shall be beat. No matter, I was made for it. I love good eating, am sensual but not greedy. I have such a variety of inclinations to gratify that this can never predominate, and unless my heart is unoccupied, which very rarely happens, I pay but little attention to my appetite, to purloining eatables, but extended this propensity to everything I wished to possess, and if I did not become a robber in form, it was only because money never tempted me. My master had a closet in the workshop which he kept locked. This I contrived to open and shut as often as I pleased, and laid his best tools, fine drawings, impressions, in a word, everything he wished to keep from me, under contribution. These thefts were so far innocent that they were always employed in his service, but I was transported at having the trifles in my possession, and imagined I stole the art with its productions. Besides what I have mentioned, his boxes contained threads of gold and silver, a number of small jewels, valuable medals, and money. Yet though I seldom had 5 sous in my pocket, I do not recollect ever having cast a wishful look at them. On the contrary, I beheld these valuables rather with terror than with delight. I am convinced the dread of taking money was in a great measure the effect of education. there was mingled with the idea of it the fear of infamy, a prison, punishment, and death. Had I even felt the temptation, these objects would have made me tremble, whereas my failings appeared a species of waggery, and in truth they were little else. They could but occasion a good trimming, and this I was already prepared for. A sheet of fine drawing paper was a greater temptation than money sufficient to have purchased a ream. This unreasonable caprice is connected with one of the most striking singularities of my character, and has so far influenced my conduct that it requires a particular explanation. My passions are extremely violent, while under their influence nothing can equal my impetuosity. I am an absolute stranger to discretion, respect, fear, or decorum, rude, saucy, violent, and intrepid. No shame can stop, no danger intimidate me. My mind is frequently so engrossed by a single object that beyond it the whole world is not worth a thought. This is the enthusiasm of a moment. The next, perhaps, I am plunged in a state of annihilation. Take me in my moments of tranquillity, I am indolence and timidity itself. A word to speak, the least trifle to perform, appear an intolerable labour. Everything alarms and terrifies me. The very buzzing of a fly will make me shudder. I am so subdued by fear and shame that I would gladly shield myself from mortal view. When obliged to exert myself, I am ignorant what to do. When forced to speak, I am at a loss for words, and if any one looks at me, I am instantly out of countenance. If animated with my subject, I express my thoughts with ease, but in ordinary conversations I can say nothing, absolutely nothing, and being obliged to speak renders them insupportable. I may add that none of my predominant inclinations centred in those pleasures which are to be purchased. Money empoisons my delight. I must have them unadulterated. I love those of the table, for instance, but cannot endure the restraints of good company, or the intemperance of taverns. I can enjoy them only with a friend, for alone it is equally impossible. My imagination is then so occupied with other things that I find no pleasure in eating. Women who are to be purchased have no charms for me. My beating heart cannot be satisfied without affection. It is the same with every other enjoyment. If not truly disinterested, they are absolutely insipid. In a word, I am fond of those things which are only estimable to minds formed for the peculiar enjoyment of them. End of section 7. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 8 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 8. I never thought money so desirable as it is usually imagined. If you would enjoy, you must transform it, and this transformation is frequently attended with inconvenience. You must bargain, purchase, pay dear, be badly served, and often duped. I buy an egg, am assured it is new laid. I find it stale. Fruit in its utmost perfection, 'tis absolutely green. I love good wine, but where shall I get it? Not at my wine merchant's, he will poison me to a certainty. I wish to be universally respected. How shall I compass my design? I must make friends, send messages, write letters, come, go, wait, and be frequently deceived. Money is the perpetual source of uneasiness. I fear it more than I love good wine. 1,000 times, both during and since my apprenticeship, have I gone out to purchase some nicety. I approach the pastry cooks, perceive some women at the counter, and imagine they are laughing at me. I pass a fruit shop, see some fine pears, their appearance tempts me, but then 2 or 3 young people are near, or a man I am acquainted with is standing at the door. I take all that pass for persons I have some knowledge of, and my near sight contributes to deceive me. I am everywhere intimidated, restrained by some obstacle, and with money in my pocket, return as I went, for want of resolution to purchase what I long for. I should enter into the most insipid details, was I to relate the trouble, shame, repugnance, and inconvenience of all kinds which I have experienced in parting with my money, whether in my own person or by the agency of others. As I proceed, the reader will get acquainted with my disposition, and perceive all this without my troubling him with the recital. This once comprehended, one of my apparent contradictions will be easily accounted for, and the most sordid avarice reconciled with the greatest contempt of money. It is a movable which I consider of so little value that, when destitute of it, I never wish to acquire any, and when I have a sum, I keep it by me, for want of knowing how to dispose of it to my satisfaction. But let an agreeable and convenient opportunity present itself, and I empty my purse with the utmost freedom. Not that I would have the reader imagine that I am extravagant from a motive of ostentation. Quite the reverse. It was ever in subservience to my pleasures, and instead of glorying in expense, I endeavour to conceal it. I so well perceive that money is not made to answer my purposes, that I am almost ashamed to have any, and still more to make use of it. Had I ever possessed a moderate independence, I am convinced I should have had no propensity to become avaricious. I should have required no more, and cheerfully lived up to my income. But my precarious situation has constantly and necessarily kept me in fear. I love liberty, and I loathe constraint, dependence, and all their kindred annoyances. As long as my purse contains money, it secures my independence, and exempts me from the trouble of seeking other money, a trouble of which I have always had a perfect horror, and the dread of seeing the end of my independence makes me proportionately unwilling to part with my money. The money that we possess is the instrument of liberty. That which we lack and strive to obtain is the instrument of slavery. Thence it is that I hold fast to aught that I have, and yet covet nothing more. My disinterestedness, then, is in reality only idleness. The pleasure of possessing is not, in my estimation, worth the trouble of acquiring, and my dissipation is only another form of idleness. When we have an opportunity of disbursing pleasantly, we should make the best possible use of it. I am less tempted by money than by other objects, because between the moment of possessing the money and that of using it to obtain the desired object, there is always an interval, however short, whereas to possess the thing is to enjoy it. I see a thing and it tempts me, but if I see not the thing itself, but only the means of acquiring it, I am not tempted. Therefore it is that I have been a pilferer, and am so even now, in the way of mere trifles to which I take a fancy, and which I find it easier to take than to ask for. But I never in my life recollect having taken a farthing from any one, except about 15 years ago, when I stole 7 francs and 10 sous. The story is worth recounting, as it exhibits a concurrence of ignorance and stupidity I could scarcely credit did it relate to any but myself. It was in Paris. I was walking with Monsieur de Franceux at the Palais Royal. He pulled out his watch, he looked at it, and said to me, "Suppose we go to the opera?" "With all my heart." We go. He takes 2 box tickets, gives me 1, and enters himself with the other. I follow, find the door crowded, and looking in, see everyone standing. Judging, therefore, that Monsieur de Franceux might suppose me concealed by the company, I go out, ask for my ticket, and getting the money returned, leave the house, without considering that when I had reached the door, everyone would be seated, and Monsieur de Franceux might readily perceive I was not there. As nothing could be more opposite to my natural inclination than this abominable meanness, I note it to show there are moments of delirium, when men ought not to be judged by their actions. This was not stealing the money, it was only stealing the use of it, and was the more infamous for wanting the excuse of a temptation. I should never end these accounts, was I to describe all the gradations through which I passed during my apprenticeship, from the sublimity of a hero to the baseness of a villain. Though I entered into most of the vices of my situation, I had no relish for its pleasures. The amusements of my companions were displeasing, and when too much restraint had made my business wearisome, I had nothing to amuse me. This renewed my taste for reading, which had long been neglected. I thus committed a fresh offence. Books made me neglect my work, and brought on additional punishment, while inclination, strengthened by constraint, became an unconquerable passion. La Tribu, a well-known librarian, furnished me with all kinds. Good or bad, I perused them with avidity and without discrimination. It will be said, at length then money became necessary. True, but this happened at a time when a taste for study had deprived me both of resolution and activity. Totally occupied by this new inclination, I only wished to read. I robbed no longer. This is another of my peculiarities. A mere nothing frequently calls me off from what I appear the most attached to. I give in to the new idea, it becomes a passion, and immediately every former desire is forgotten. Reading was my new hobby. My heart beat with impatience to run over the new book I carried in my pocket. The first moment I was alone, I seized the opportunity to draw it out, and thought no longer of rummaging my master's closet. I was even ashamed to think that I had been guilty of such meanness, and had my amusements been more expensive, I no longer felt an inclination to continue it. La Tribu gave me credit, and when once I had the book in my possession, I thought no more of the trifle I was to pay for it. As money came, it naturally passed to this woman, and when she chanced to be pressing, nothing was so conveniently at hand as my own effects. To steal in advance required foresight, and robbing to pay was no temptation. The frequent blows I received from my master, with my private and ill-chosen studies, rendered me reserved, unsociable, and almost deranged my reason. Though my taste had not preserved me from silly, unmeaning books, by good fortune I was a stranger to licentious or obscene ones. Not that La Tribu, who was very accommodating, had any scruple of lending these. On the contrary, to enhance their worth, she spoke of them with an air of mystery. This produced an effect she had not foreseen, for shame and disgust made me constantly refuse them. Chance so well seconded my bashful disposition that I was past the age of 30 before I saw any of those dangerous compositions. End of section 8. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 9 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 9. In less than a year, I had exhausted La Tribu's scanty library, and was unhappy for want of further amusement. My reading, though frequently bad had worn off my childish follies and brought back my heart to nobler sentiments than my condition had inspired. Meantime, disgusted with all within my reach, and thinking everything charming that was out of it, my present situation appeared extremely miserable. My passions began to acquire strength. I felt their influence, without knowing whither they would conduct me. I sometimes, indeed, thought of my former follies, but sought no further. At this time, my imagination took a turn which helped to calm my increasing emotions. It was to contemplate those situations in the books I had read which produced the most striking effect on my mind, to recall, combine, and apply them to myself in such a manner as to become one of the personages my recollection presented, and be continually in those fancied circumstances which were most agreeable to my inclinations. In a word, by contriving to place myself in these fictitious situations, the idea of my real one was in a great measure obliterated. This fondness for imaginary objects, and the facility with which I could gain possession of them, completed my disgust for everything around me, and fixed that inclination for solitude which has ever since been predominant. We shall have more than once occasion to remark the effects of a disposition misanthropic and melancholy in appearance, but which proceed, in fact, from a heart too affectionate, too ardent, which, for want of similar dispositions, is constrained to content itself with nonentities, and be satisfied with fiction. It is sufficient at present to have traced the origin of a propensity which has modified my passions, set bounds to each, and by giving too much ardour to my wishes, has ever rendered me too indolent to obtain them. Thus I attained my 16th year, uneasy, discontented with myself and everything that surrounded me, displeased with my occupation, without enjoying the pleasures common to my age, weeping without a cause, sighing I knew not why, and fond of my chimerical ideas for want of more valuable realities. Every Sunday, after sermon time, my companions came to fetch me out, wishing me to partake of their diversions. I would willingly have been excused, but when once engaged in amusement, I was more animated and enterprising than any of them. It was equally difficult to engage or restrain me. Indeed, this was ever a leading trait in my character. In our country walks I was ever foremost, and never thought of returning till reminded by some of my companions. I was twice obliged to be from my masters the whole night, the city gates having been shut before I could reach them. The reader may imagine what treatment this procured me the following mornings, but I was promised such a reception for the third, that I made a firm resolution never to expose myself to the danger of it. Notwithstanding my determination, I repeated this dreaded transgression, my vigilance having been rendered useless by a cursed captain named Monsieur Minutoli, who, when on guard, always shut the gate he had charge of an hour before the usual time. I was returning home with my two companions, and had got within half a league of the city, when I heard them beat the tattoo. I redouble my pace. I run with the utmost speed. I approach the bridge, see the soldiers already at their posts. I call out to them in a suffocated voice. It is too late. I am 20 paces from the guard, the first bridge is already drawn up, and I tremble to see those terrible horns advanced in the air, which announce the fatal and inevitable destiny, which from this moment began to pursue me. I threw myself on the glacis in a transport of despair, while my companions, who only laughed at the accident, immediately determined what to do. My resolution, though different from theirs, was equally sudden. On the spot I swore never to return to my masters, and the next morning, when my companions entered the city, I bade them an eternal adieu, conjuring them at the same time to inform my cousin Bernard of my resolution, and the place where he might see me for the last time. From the commencement of my apprenticeship I had seldom seen him. At first, indeed, we saw each other on Sundays, but each acquiring different habits, our meetings were less frequent. I am persuaded his mother contributed greatly towards this change. He was to consider himself as a person of consequence. I was a pitiful apprentice. Notwithstanding our relationship, equality no longer subsisted between us, and it was degrading himself to frequent my company. As he had a natural good heart, his mother's lessons did not take an immediate effect, and for some time he continued to visit me. Having learned my resolution, he hastened to the spot I had appointed, not, however, to dissuade me from it, but to render my flight agreeable by some trifling presents, as my own resources would not have carried me far. He gave me, among other things, a small sword, which I was very proud of, and took with me as far as Turin, where absolute want constrained me to dispose of it. The more I reflect on his behaviour at this critical moment, the more I am persuaded he followed the instructions of his mother, and perhaps his father likewise, for had he been left to his own feelings, he would have endeavoured to retain or have been tempted to accompany me. On the contrary, he encouraged the design, and when he saw me resolutely determined to pursue it, without seeming much affected, left me to my fate. We never saw or wrote to each other from that time. I cannot but regret this loss, for his heart was essentially good, and we seemed formed for a more lasting friendship. Before I abandon myself to the fatality of my destiny, let me contemplate for a moment the prospect that awaited me had I fallen into the hands of a better master. Nothing could have been more agreeable to my disposition, or more likely to confer happiness, than the peaceful condition of a good artificer, in so respectable a line as engravers are considered at Geneva. I could have obtained an easy subsistence, if not a fortune, This would have bounded my ambition. I should have had means to indulge in moderate pleasures, and should have continued in my natural sphere, without meeting with any temptation to go beyond it. Having an imagination sufficiently fertile to embellish with its chimeras every situation, and powerful enough to transport me from one to another, it was immaterial in which I was fixed. That was best adapted to me which, requiring the least care or exertion, left the mind most at liberty, and this happiness I should have enjoyed. In my native country, in the bosom of my religion, family, and friends, I should have passed a calm and peaceful life, in the uniformity of a pleasing occupation, and among connections dear to my heart. I should have been a good Christian, a good citizen, a good friend, a good man. I should have relished my condition, perhaps have been an honour to it, and after having passed a life of happy obscurity, surrounded by my family, I should have died at peace. Soon, it may be, forgotten, but while remembered it would have been with tenderness and regret. Instead of this, what a picture am I about to draw! Alas! Why should I anticipate the miseries I have endured? The reader will have but too much of the melancholy subject. End of section 9. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 10 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 10. Volume 2. The moment in which fear had instigated my flight did not seem more terrible than that wherein I put my design in execution appeared delightful. To leave my relations, my resources, while yet a child, in the midst of my apprenticeship, before I had learned enough of my business to obtain a subsistence, to run on inevitable misery and danger, to expose myself in that age of weakness and innocence to all the temptations of vice and despair, to set out in search of errors, misfortunes, snares, slavery, and death, to endure more intolerable evils than those I meant to shun, was the picture I should have drawn, the natural consequence of my hazardous enterprise. How different was the idea I entertained of it! The independence I seemed to possess was the sole object of my contemplation. Having obtained my liberty, I thought everything attainable. I entered with confidence on the vast theatre of the world, which my merit was to captivate. At every step I expected to find amusements, treasures, and adventures, friends ready to serve, and mistresses eager to please me. I had but to show myself, and the whole universe would be interested in my concerns. Not but I could have been content with something less. A charming society, with sufficient means, might have satisfied me. My moderation was such that the sphere in which I proposed to shine was rather circumscribed, but then it was to possess the very quintessence of enjoyment, and myself the principal object. A single castle, for instance, might have bounded my ambition. Could I have been the favourite of the lord and lady, the daughter's lover, the son's friend, and protector of the neighbours, I might have been tolerably content, and sought no further. In expectation of this modest fortune, I passed a few days in the environs of the city with some country people of my acquaintance, who received me with more kindness than I should have met with in town. They welcomed, lodged, and fed me cheerfully. I could be said to live on charity. These favours were not conferred with a sufficient appearance of superiority to furnish out the idea. I rambled about in this manner till I got to Confignon, in Savoy, at about 2 leagues distance from Geneva. The vicar was called Monsieur de Pontverre. This name, so famous in the history of the Republic, caught my attention. I was curious to see what appearance the descendants of the gentlemen of the spoon exhibited. I went therefore to visit this Monsieur de Pontverre, and was received with great civility. He spoke of the heresy of Geneva, declaimed on the authority of Holy Mother Church, and then invited me to dinner. I had little to object to arguments which had so desirable a conclusion, and was inclined to believe that priests who gave such excellent dinners might be as good as our ministers. Notwithstanding Monsieur de Pontverre's pedigree, I certainly possessed most learning, but I rather sought to be a good companion than an expert theologian, and his Frangy wine, which I thought delicious, argued so powerfully on his side that I should have blushed at silencing so kind a host. I therefore yielded him the victory, or rather declined the contest. Anyone who had observed my precaution would certainly have pronounced me a dissembler, though in fact I was only courteous. Flattery, or rather condescension, is not always a vice in young people. 'Tis oftener a virtue. When treated with kindness, it is natural to feel an attachment for the person who confers the obligation. We do not acquiesce because we wish to deceive, but from dread of giving uneasiness, or because we wish to avoid the ingratitude of rendering evil for good. What interest had Monsieur de Pontverre in entertaining, treating with respect, and endeavouring to convince me? None but mine. My young heart told me this, and I was penetrated with gratitude and respect for the generous priest. I was sensible of my superiority, but scorned to repay his hospitality by taking advantage of it. I had no conception of hypocrisy in this forbearance, or thought of changing my religion. Nay, so far was the idea from being familiar to me, that I looked on it with a degree of horror which seemed to exclude the possibility of such an event. I only wished to avoid giving offence to those I was sensible caressed me from that motive. I wished to cultivate their good opinion, and meantime leave them the hope of success by seeming less on my guard than I really was. My conduct in this particular resembled the coquetry of some very honest women, who, to obtain their wishes, without permitting or promising anything, sometimes encourage hopes they never mean to realize. Reason, piety, and love of order certainly demanded that instead of being encouraged in my folly, I should have been dissuaded from the ruin I was courting, and sent back to my family. And this conduct any one that was actuated by genuine virtue would have pursued. But it should be observed that though Monsieur de Pontverre was a religious man, he was not a virtuous one, but a bigot, who knew no virtue except worshipping images and telling his beads. In a word, a kind of missionary, who thought the height of merit consisted in writing libels against the ministers of Geneva. Far from wishing to send me back, he endeavored to favor my escape, and put it out of my power to return, even had I been so disposed. It was 1,000 to 1 but he was sending me to perish with hunger, or become a villain. But all this was foreign to his purpose. He saw a soul snatched from heresy, and restored to the bosom of the church. Whether I was an honest man or a knave was very immaterial, provided I went to mass. This ridiculous mode of thinking is not peculiar to Catholics. It is the voice of every dogmatical persuasion where merit consists in belief and not in virtue. "You are called by the Almighty," said Monsieur de Pontverre. "Go to Annecy, where you will find a good and charitable lady, whom the bounty of the king enables to turn souls from those errors she has happily renounced." He spoke of a Madame de Warrens, a new convert, to whom the priests contrived to send those wretches who were disposed to sell their faith, and with these she was in a manner constrained to share a pension of 2,000 francs bestowed on her by the King of Sardinia. I felt myself extremely humiliated at being supposed to want the assistance of a good and charitable lady. I had no objection to be accommodated with everything I stood in need of, but did not wish to receive it on the footing of charity, and to owe this obligation to a devotee was still worse. Notwithstanding my scruples, the persuasions of Monsieur de Pontverre, the dread of perishing with hunger, the pleasures I promised myself from the journey, and hope of obtaining some desirable situation determined me, and I set out, though reluctantly, for Annecy. I could easily have reached it in a day, but being in no great haste to arrive there, it took me 3. My head was filled with the ideas of adventures, and I approached every country seat I saw in my way, in expectation of having them realized. I had too much timidity to knock at the doors, or even enter if I saw them open, but I did what I dared, which was to sing under those windows that I thought had the most favorable appearance, and was very much disconcerted to find I wasted my breath to no purpose. and that neither old nor young ladies were attracted by the melody of my voice, or the wit of my poetry, though some songs my companions had taught me I thought excellent, and that I sung them incomparably. At length I arrived at Annecy, and saw Madame de Warrens. As this period of my life in a great measure determined my character, I could not resolve to pass it lightly over. I was in the middle of my 16th year, and though I could not be called handsome, was well made for my height. I had a good foot, a well-turned leg, an animated countenance, a well-proportioned mouth, black hair and eyebrows, and my eyes, though small and rather too far in my head, sparkling with vivacity, darted that innate fire which inflamed my blood. Unfortunately for me, I knew nothing of all this, never having bestowed a single thought on my person till it was too late to be of any service to me. The timidity common to my age was heightened by a natural benevolence, which made me dread the idea of giving pain. Though my mind had received some cultivation, having seen nothing of the world, I was an absolute stranger to polite address, and my mental acquisitions, so far from supplying this defect, only served to increase my embarrassment by making me sensible of every deficiency. Depending little, therefore, on external appearances, I had recourse to other expedients. I wrote a most elaborate letter, where, mingling all the flowers of rhetoric which I had borrowed from books with the phrases of an apprentice, I endeavored to strike the attention and ensure the good will of Madame de Warrens. I enclosed Monsieur de Pontverre's letter in my own, and waited on the lady with a heart palpitating with fear and expectation. It was Palm Sunday of the year 1728. I was informed she was that moment gone to church. I hasten after her, overtake, and speak to her. The place is yet fresh in my memory. How can it be otherwise? Often have I moistened it with my tears, and covered it with kisses. Why cannot I enclose with gold the happy spot, and render it the object of universal veneration? Whoever wishes to honor monuments of human salvation would only approach it on their knees. It was a passage at the back of the house, bordered on the left hand by a little rivulet, which separated it from the garden, and on the right by the courtyard wall. At the end was a private door, which opened into the church of the Cordeliers. Madame de Warrens was just passing this door, but on hearing my voice, instantly turned about. What an effect did the sight of her produce! I expected to see a devout, forbidding old woman. Monsieur de Pontverre's pious and worthy lady could be no other in my conception, instead of which I see a face beaming with charms, fine blue eyes full of sweetness, a complexion whose whiteness dazzled the sight, the form of an enchanting neck. Nothing escaped the eager eye of the young proselyte, For that instant I was hers. A religion preached by such missionaries must lead to paradise. My letter was presented with a trembling hand. She took it with a smile, opened it, glanced an eye over Monsieur de Pontverre's, and again returned to mine, which she read through and would have read again, had not the footman that instant informed her that service was beginning. "Child," said she, in a voice which made every nerve vibrate, "you are wandering about at an early age. It is really a pity." And without waiting for an answer, added, "Go to my house, bid them give you something for breakfast. After Mass I will speak to you." End of section 10. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 11 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 11. Louise Eleonore de Warrens was of the noble and ancient family of La Tour de Py, of Vevey, a city in the country of the Vaudois. She was married very young to a Monsieur de Warrens, of the house of Loïs, eldest son of Monsieur de Villardin, of Lausanne. There were no children by this marriage, which was far from being a happy one. Some domestic uneasiness made Madame de Warrens take the resolution of crossing the lake, and throwing herself at the feet of King Victor Amadé, who was then at Evian, thus abandoning her husband, family, and country, by a giddiness similar to mine, which precipitation she too has found sufficient time and reason to lament. The king, who was fond of appearing a zealous promoter of the Catholic faith, took her under his protection, and complimented her with a pension of 1,500 livres of Piedmont, which was a considerable appointment for a prince who never had the character of being generous. But finding his liberality made some conjecture he had an affection for the lady, he sent her to Annecy, escorted by a detachment of his guards, where, under the direction of Michel Gabriel de Bernex, titular Bishop of Geneva, she abjured her former religion at the convent of the Visitation. I came to Annecy just 6 years after this event. Madame de Warrens was then 28, being born with the century. Her beauty, consisting more in the expressive animation of the countenance than a set of features, was in its meridian. Her manner soothing and tender, an angelic smile played about her mouth, which was small and delicate. She wore her hair, which was of an ash colour and uncommonly beautiful, with an air of negligence that made her appear still more interesting. She was short and rather thick for her height, though by no means disagreeably so. But there could not be a more lovely face, a finer neck, or hands and arms more exquisitely formed. Her education had been derived from such a variety of sources that it formed an extraordinary assemblage. Like me, she had lost her mother at her birth, and had received instruction as it chanced to present itself. She had learned something of her governess, something of her father, a little of her masters, but copiously from her lovers, particularly a Monsieur de Tavel, who, possessing both taste and information, endeavoured to adorn with them the mind of her he loved. These various instructions, not being properly arranged, tended to impede each other, and she did not acquire that degree of improvement her natural good sense was capable of receiving. She knew something of philosophy and physic, but not enough to eradicate the fondness she had imbibed from her father for empiricism and alchemy. She made elixirs, tinctures, balsams, pretended to secrets, and prepared magistry, while quacks and pretenders, profiting by her weakness, destroyed her property among furnaces, drugs, and minerals, diminishing those charms and accomplishments which might have been the delight of the most elegant circles. But though these interested wretches took advantage of her ill-applied education to obscure her natural good sense, her excellent heart retained its purity, her amiable mildness, sensibility for the unfortunate, inexhaustible bounty, and open, cheerful frankness knew no variation. Even at the approach of old age, when attacked by various calamities, rendered more cutting by indigence, the serenity of her disposition preserved to the end of her life the pleasing gaiety of her happiest days. Her errors proceeded from an inexhaustible fund of activity, which demanded perpetual employment. She found no satisfaction in the customary intrigues of her sex, but being formed for vast designs, sought the direction of important enterprises and discoveries. In her place, Madame de Longueville would have been a mere trifler. In Madame de Longueville's situation, she would have governed the state. Her talents did not accord with her fortune. What would have gained her distinction in a more elevated sphere became her ruin. In enterprises which suited her disposition, she arranged the plan in her imagination, which was ever carried of its utmost extent, and the means she employed being proportioned rather to her ideas than abilities, she failed by the mismanagement of those upon whom she depended, and was ruined where another would scarce have been a loser. This active disposition, which involved her in so many difficulties, was at least productive of one benefit, as it prevented her from passing the remainder of her life in the monastic asylum she had chosen, which she had some thought of. The simple and uniform life of a nun, and the little cabals and gossipings of their parlour, were not adapted to a mind vigorous and active, which, every day forming new systems, had occasions for liberty to attempt their completion. The good Bishop of Bernex, with less wit than Francois de Sales, resembled him in many particulars, and Madame de Warrens, whom he loved to call his daughter, and who was like Madame de Chantal in several respects, might have increased the resemblance by retiring like her from the world, had she not been disgusted with the idle trifling of a convent. It was not want of zeal prevented this amiable woman from giving those proofs of devotion which might have been expected from a new convert, under the immediate direction of a prelate. Whatever might have influenced her to change her religion, she was certainly sincere in that she had embraced. She might find sufficient occasion to repent having abjured her former faith, but no inclination to return to it. She not only died a good Catholic, but truly lived one. Nay, I dare affirm, and I think I have had the opportunity to read the secrets of her heart, that it was only her aversion to singularity that prevented her acting the devotee in public. In a word, her piety was too sincere to give way to any affectation of it. But this is not the place to enlarge on her principles. I shall find other occasions to speak of them. Let those who deny the existence of a sympathy of souls explain, if they know how, why the first glance, the first word of Madame de Warrens inspired me not only with a lively attachment, but with the most unbounded confidence, which has since known no abatement. Say this was love, which will at least appear doubtful to those who read the sequel of our attachment. How could this passion be attended with sentiments which scarce ever accompany its commencement, such as peace, serenity, security, and confidence? How, when making application to an amiable and polished woman, whose situation in life was so superior to mine, so far above any I had yet approached, on whom in a great measure depended my future fortune, by the degree of interest she might take in it, how, I say, with so many reasons to depress me, did I feel myself as free, as much at my ease, as if I had been perfectly secure of pleasing her? Why did I not experience a moment of embarrassment, timidity, or restraint? Naturally bashful, easily confused, having seen nothing of the world, how could I, the first time, the first moment I beheld her, adopt caressing language and a familiar tone, as readily as after 10 years' intimacy had rendered these freedoms natural? Is it possible to possess love, I will not say without desires, for I certainly had them, but without inquietude, without jealousy? Can we avoid feeling an anxious wish, at least, to know whether our affection is returned? Yet such a question never entered my imagination. I should have soon have inquired, do I love myself? Nor did she ever express a greater degree of curiosity. There was certainly something extraordinary in my attachment to this charming woman, and it will be found in the sequel that some extravagances, which cannot be foreseen, attended it. What could be done for me was the present question, and in order to discuss the point with greater freedom, she made me dine with her. This was the first meal in my life where I had experienced a want of appetite, and her woman, who waited, observed it was the first time she had seen a traveller of my age and appearance deficient in that particular. This remark, which did me no injury in the opinion of her mistress, fell hard on an overgrown clown, who was my fellow guest, and devoured sufficient to have served at least 6 moderate feeders. For me, I was too much charmed to think of eating. My heart began to imbibe a delicious sensation, which engrossed my whole being, and left no room for other objects. Madame de Warrens wished to hear the particulars of my little history. All the vivacity I had lost during my servitude returned and assisted the recital. In proportion to the interest this excellent woman took in my story, did she lament the fate to which I had exposed myself. Compassion was painted on her features, and expressed by every action. She could not exhort me to return to Geneva, being too well aware that her words and actions were strictly scrutinized, and that such advice would be thought high treason against Catholicism. But she spoke so feelingly of the affliction I must give my father, that it was easy to perceive she would have approved my returning to console him. Alas! She little thought how powerfully this pleaded against herself. The more eloquently persuasive she appeared, the less I could resolve to tear myself from her. I knew that returning to Geneva would be putting an insuperable barrier between us, unless I repeated the expedient which had brought me here, and it was certainly better to preserve than expose myself to the danger of a relapse. Besides all this, my conduct was predetermined. I was resolved not to return. Madame de Warrens, seeing her endeavours would be fruitless, became less explicit, and only added, with an air of commiseration, "Poor child, thou must go where Providence directs thee, but one day thou wilt think of me." I believe she had no conception at that time how fatally her prediction would be verified. End of section 11. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 12 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 12. The difficulty still remained how I was to gain a subsistence. I have already observed that I knew too little of engraving for that to furnish my resource, and had I been more expert, Savoy was too poor a country to give much encouragement to the arts. The above-mentioned glutton, who ate for us as well as himself, being obliged to pause in order to gain some relaxation from the fatigue of it, imparted a piece of advice which, according to him, came express from heaven, though, to judge by its effects, it appeared to have been dictated from a direct contrary quarter. This was that I should go to Turin, where in a hospital instituted for the instruction of catechumens, I should find food, both spiritual and temporal, be reconciled to the bosom of the Church, and meet with some charitable Christians who would make it a point to procure me a situation that would turn to my advantage. In regard to the expenses of the journey, continued our adviser, His Grace, my Lord Bishop, will not be backward, when once Madame has proposed this holy work, to offer his charitable donation. And Madame the Baroness, whose charity is so well known," once more addressing himself to the continuation of his meal, "will certainly contribute." I was by no means pleased with all these charities. I said nothing, but my heart was ready to burst with vexation. Madame de Warrens, who did not seem to think so highly of this expedient as the projector pretended to do, contented herself by saying every one should endeavour to promote good actions, and that she would mention it to his lordship. But the meddling devil, who had some private interest in this affair, and questioned whether she would urge it to his satisfaction, took care to acquaint the almoners with my story, and so far influenced those good priests, that when Madame de Warrens, who disliked the journey on my account, mentioned it to the bishop, she found it so far concluded on, that he immediately put into her hands the money designed for my little viaticum. She dared not advance anything against it. I was approaching an age when a woman like her could not, with any propriety, appear anxious to retain me. My departure being thus determined by those who undertook the management of my concerns, I had only to submit, and I did it without much repugnance. Though Turin was at a greater distance from Madame de Warrens than Geneva, yet being the capital of the country I was now in, it seemed to have more connection with Annecy than a city under a different government and of a contrary religion. Besides, as I undertook this journey in obedience to her, I considered myself as living under her direction, which was more flattering than barely to continue in the neighbourhood. To sum up all, the idea of a long journey coincided with my insurmountable passion for rambling, which already began to demonstrate itself. To pass the mountains, to my eye appeared delightful. How charming the reflection of elevating myself above my companions by the whole height of the Alps! To see the world is an almost irresistible temptation to a Genevan. Accordingly I gave my consent. He who suggested the journey was to set off in 2 days with his wife. I was recommended to their care. They were likewise made my purse bearers, which had been augmented by Madame de Warrens, who, not contented with these kindnesses, added secretly a pecuniary reinforcement, attended with the most ample instructions, and we departed on the Wednesday before Easter. The day following, my father arrived at Annecy, accompanied by his friend, a Monsieur Rival, who was likewise a watchmaker. He was a man of sense and letters, who wrote better verses than Lamotte, and spoke almost as well. What is still more to his praise, he was a man of the strictest integrity, but whose taste for literature only served to make one of his sons a comedian. Having traced me to the house of Madame de Warrens, they contented themselves with lamenting like her my fate, instead of overtaking me, which, as they were on horseback and I on foot, they might have accomplished with the greatest ease. My uncle Bernard did the same thing, he arrived at Confignon, received information that I was gone to Annecy, and immediately returned back to Geneva. Thus my nearest relations seemed to have conspired with my adverse stars to consign me to misery and ruin. By a similar negligence, my brother was so entirely lost that it was never known what was become of him. My father was not only a man of honour, but of the strictest probity, and endured with that magnanimity which frequently produces the most shining virtues. I may add, he was a good father, particularly to me, whom he tenderly loved. But he likewise loved his pleasures, and since we had been separated, other connections had weakened his paternal affections. He had married again at Nyons, and though his second wife was too old to expect children, she had relations. My father was united to another family, surrounded by other objects, and a variety of cares prevented my returning to his remembrance. He was in the decline of life, and had nothing to support the inconveniences of old age. My mother's property devolved to me and my brother, but during our absence the interest of it was enjoyed by my father. I do not mean to infer that this consideration had an immediate effect on his conduct, but it had an imperceptible one, and prevented him from making use of that exertion to regain me which he would otherwise have employed. And this, I think, was the reason that, having traced me as far as Annecy, he stopped short, without proceeding to Chambéry, where he was almost certain I should be found, and likewise accounts for why, on visiting him several times since my flight, he always received me with great kindness, but never made any efforts to retain me. This conduct in a father whose affection and virtue I was so well convinced of, has given birth to reflections on the regulation of my own conduct, which have greatly contributed to preserve the integrity of my heart. It has taught me this great lesson of morality, perhaps the only one that can have any conspicuous influence on our actions, that we should ever carefully avoid putting our interests in competition with our duty, or promise ourselves felicity from the misfortunes of others, certain that in such circumstances, however sincere our love of virtue may be, sooner or later it will give way, and we shall imperceptibly become unjust and wicked, in fact, however upright in our intentions. This maxim, strongly imprinted on my mind, and reduced, though rather too late, to practice, has given my conduct an appearance of folly and whimsicality, not only in public, but still more among my acquaintances. It has been said I affected originality, and sought to act different from other people. The truth is, I neither endeavour to conform or be singular. I desire only to act virtuously, and avoid situations which, by setting my interest in opposition to that of another person, might inspire me with a secret, though involuntary, wish to his disadvantage. 2 years ago, my Lord Marshal would have put my name in his will, which I took every method to prevent, assuring him I would not for the world know myself in the will of any one, much less in his. He gave up the idea, but insisted, in return, that I should accept an annuity on his life. This I consented to. It will be said I find my account in the alteration. Perhaps I may. But, oh, my benefactor, my father, I am now sensible that should I have the misfortune to survive thee, I should have everything to lose, nothing to gain. This, in my idea, is true philosophy, the surest bulwark of human rectitude. Every day do I receive fresh conviction of its profound solidity. I have endeavoured to recommend it in all my latter writings, but the multitude read too superficially to have made the remark. If I survive my present undertaking and am able to begin another, I mean, in a continuation of Emile, to give such a lively and marking example of this maxim as cannot fail to strike attention. But I have made reflections enough for a traveller. It is time to continue my journey. It turned out more agreeable than I expected. My clownish conductor was not so morose as he appeared to be. He was a middle-aged man, wore his black grisly hair in a queue, had a martial air, a strong voice, was tolerably cheerful, and to make up for not having been taught any trade, could turn his hand to every one. Having proposed to establish some kind of manufactory at Annecy, he had consulted Madame de Warrens, who immediately gave into the project, and he was now going to Turin to lay the plan before the minister and get his approbation, for which journey he took care to be well rewarded. This droll had the art of ingratiating himself with the priests, whom he ever appeared eager to serve. He adopted a certain jargon which he had learned by frequenting their company, and thought himself a notable preacher. He could even repeat one passage from the Bible in Latin, and it answered his purpose as well as if he had known 1,000, for he repeated it 1,000 times a day. He was seldom at a loss for money, when he knew what purse contained it, yet was rather artful than knavish, and when dealing out in an affected tone his unmeaning discourses, resembled Peter the Hermit preaching up the crusade with a sabre at his side. Madame Sabrin, his wife, was a tolerable, good sort of woman, more peaceable by day than by night. As I slept in the same chamber, I was frequently disturbed by her wakefulness, and should have been more so had I comprehended the cause of it. But I was in the chapter of dullness, which left to nature the whole care of my instruction. I went on gaily with my pious guide and his hopeful companion, no sinister accident impeding our journey. I was in the happiest circumstances, both of mind and body, that I ever recollect having experienced. Young, full of health and security, placing unbounded confidence in myself and others. In that short but charming moment of human life, whose expansive energy carries, if I may so express myself, our being to the utmost extent of our sensations, embellishing all nature with an inexpressible charm, flowing from the conscious and rising enjoyment of our existence. End of section 12. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 13 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 13. My pleasing inquietudes became less wandering. I now had an object on which imagination could fix. I looked on myself as the work, the pupil, the friend, almost the lover of Madame de Warrens. The obliging things she had said, the caresses she had bestowed on me, the tender interest she seemed to take in everything that concerned me, those charming looks which seemed replete with love because they so powerfully inspired it. Every consideration flattered my ideas during this journey, and furnished the most delicious reveries, which, no doubt, no fear of my future condition arose to embitter. In sending me to Turin, I thought they engaged to find me an agreeable subsistence there. Thus eased of every care, I passed lightly on, while young desires, enchanting hopes, and brilliant prospects employed my mind. Each object that presented itself seemed to ensure my approaching felicity. I imagined that every house was filled with joyous festivity. The meadows resounded with sports and revelry. The rivers offered refreshing baths. Delicious fish wantoned in these streams, and how delightful was it to ramble along the flowery banks. The trees were loaded with the choicest fruits, while their shade afforded the most charming and voluptuous retreats to happy lovers. The mountains abounded with milk and cream, peace and leisure, simplicity and joy mingled with the charm of going I knew not whither, and everything I saw carried to my heart some new cause for rapture. The grandeur, variety, and real beauty of the scene in some measure rendered the charm reasonable, in which vanity came in for its share. To go so young to Italy, view such an extent of country, and pursue the route of Hannibal over the Alps appeared a glory beyond my age. Add to all this our frequent and agreeable halts, with a good appetite and plenty to satisfy it, for in truth it was not worth while to be sparing. At Monsieur Sabrin's table, what I ate could scarce be missed. In the whole course of my life, I cannot recollect an interval more perfectly exempt from care than the 7 or 8 days I was passing from Annecy to Turin. As we were obliged to walk Madame Sabrin's pace, it rather appeared an agreeable jaunt than a fatiguing journey. There still remains the most pleasing impressions of it on my mind, and the idea of a pedestrian excursion, particularly among the mountains, has from this time seemed delightful. It was only in my happiest days that I travelled on foot, and ever with the most unbounded satisfaction. Afterwards, occupied with business and encumbered with baggage, I was forced to act the gentleman and employ a carriage, where care, embarrassment, and restraint were sure to be my companions, and instead of being delighted with the journey, I only wished to arrive at the place of destination. I was a long time at Paris, wishing to meet with two companions of similar dispositions, who would each agree to appropriate 50 guineas of his property and a year of his time to making the tour of Italy on foot, with no other attendants than a young fellow to carry our necessaries. I have met with many who seemed enchanted with the project, but considered it only as a visionary scheme, which served well enough to talk of, without any design of putting it in execution. One day, speaking with enthusiasm of this project to Diderot and Grimm, they gave in to the proposal with such warmth that I thought the matter concluded on, but it only turned out a journey on paper, in which Grimm thought nothing so pleasing as making Diderot commit a number of impieties, and shutting me up in the Inquisition for them instead of him. My regret at arriving so soon at Turin was compensated by the pleasure of viewing a large city, and the hope of figuring there in a conspicuous character, for my brain already began to be intoxicated with the fumes of ambition. My present situation appeared infinitely above that of an apprentice, and I was far from foreseeing how soon I should be much below it. Before I proceed, I ought to offer an excuse or justification to the reader for the great number of unentertaining particulars I am necessitated to repeat. In pursuance of the resolution I have formed to enter on this public exhibition of myself, it is necessary that nothing should bear the appearance of obscurity or concealment. I should be continually under the eye of the reader. He should be enabled to follow me in all the wanderings of my heart, through every intricacy of my adventures. He must find no void or chasm in my relation, nor lose sight of me an instant, lest he should find occasion to say, "What was he doing at this time?" and suspect me of not having dared to reveal the whole. I shall give sufficient scope to malignity in what I say. It is unnecessary I should furnish still more by my silence. My money was all gone, even that I had secretly received from Madame de Warrens. I had been so indiscreet as to divulge this secret, and my conductors had taken care to profit by it. Madame Sabran found means to deprive me of everything I had, even to a ribbon embroidered with silver, with which Madame de Warrens had adorned the hilt of my sword. This I regretted more than all the rest. Indeed, the sword itself would have gone the same way, had I been less obstinately bent on retaining it. They had, it is true, supported me during the journey, but left me nothing at the end of it, and I arrived at Turin without money, clothes, or linen, being precisely in the situation to owe to my merit alone the whole honor of that fortune I was about to acquire. I took care in the first place to deliver the letters I was charged with, and was presently conducted to the hospital of the catechumens to be instructed in that religion, for which in return I was to receive subsistence. On entering, I passed an iron-barred gate, which was immediately double-locked on me. This beginning was by no means calculated to give me a favourable opinion of my situation. I was then conducted to a large apartment, whose furniture consisted of a wooden altar at the farther end, on which was a large crucifix, and round it several indifferent chairs of the same materials. In this hall of audience were assembled 4 or 5 ill-looking banditti, my comrades in instruction, who would rather have been taken for trusty servants of the devil than candidates for the kingdom of heaven. 2 of these fellows were Sclavonians, but gave out they were African Jews, and, as they assured me, had run through Spain and Italy, embracing the Christian faith, and being baptized wherever they thought it worth their labour. Soon after they opened another iron gate, which divided a large balcony that overlooked a courtyard, and by this avenue entered our sister catechumens, who, like me, were going to be regenerated, not by baptism, but a solemn abjuration. A viler set of idle, dirty, abandoned harlots never disgraced any persuasion. One among them, however, appeared pretty and interesting. She might be about my own age, perhaps a year or 2 older, and had a pair of roguish eyes which frequently encountered mine. This was enough to inspire me with the desire of becoming acquainted with her, but she had been so strongly recommended to the care of the old governess of this respectable sisterhood, and was so narrowly watched by the pious missionary, who laboured for her conversion with more zeal than diligence, that during the 2 months we remained together in this house, where she had already been 3, I found it absolutely impossible to exchange a word with her. She must have been extremely stupid, though she had not the appearance of it, for never was a longer course of instruction. The holy man could never bring her to a state of mind fit for abjuration. Meantime she became weary of her cloister, declaring that, Christian or not, she would stay there no longer, and they were obliged to take her at her word, lest she should grow refractory, and insist on departing as great a sinner as she came. This hopeful community were assembled in honour of the newcomer, when our guides made us a short exhortation. I was conjured to be obedient to the grace that heaven had bestowed on me. The rest were admonished to assist me with their prayers, and give me edification by their good example. Our virgins then retired to another apartment, and I was left to contemplate at leisure that wherein I found myself. The next morning we were again assembled for instruction. I now began to reflect for the first time on the step I was about to take, and the circumstances which had led me to it. I repeat, and shall perhaps repeat again, an assertion I have already advanced, and of whose truth I every day receive fresh conviction, which is, that if ever child received a reasonable and virtuous education, it was myself. Born in a family of unexceptionable morals, every lesson I received was replete with maxims of prudence and virtue. My father, though fond of gallantry, not only possessed distinguished probity, but much religion. In the world he appeared a man of pleasure, in his family he was a Christian, and implanted early in my mind those sentiments he felt the force of. My 3 aunts were women of virtue and piety. The 2 eldest were professed devotees, and the 3rd, who united all the graces of wit and good sense, was perhaps more truly religious than either, though with less ostentation. From the bosom of this amiable family I was transplanted to Monsieur Lambercier's, a man dedicated to the ministry, who believed the doctrine he taught, and acted up to its precepts. He and his sister matured by their instructions those principles of judicious piety I had already imbibed, and the means employed by these worthy people were so well adapted to the effect they meant to produce, that so far from being fatigued, I scarce ever listened to their admonitions without finding myself sensibly affected, and forming resolutions to live virtuously, from which, except in moments of forgetfulness, I seldom swerved. At my uncle's, religion was far more tiresome, because they made it an employment. With my master I thought no more of it, though my sentiments continued the same. I had no companions to vitiate my morals. I became idle, careless, and obstinate, but my principles were not impaired. I possessed as much religion, therefore, as a child could be supposed capable of acquiring. Why should I now disguise my thoughts? I am persuaded I had more. In my childhood I was not a child. I felt, I thought as a man. As I advanced in years, I mingled with the ordinary class. In my infancy I was distinguished from it. I shall doubtless incur ridicule by thus modestly holding myself up for a prodigy. I am content. Let those who find themselves disposed to it laugh their fill. Afterward, let them find a child that at 6 years old is delighted, interested, affected with romances, even to the shedding floods of tears. I shall then feel my ridiculous vanity and acknowledge myself in an error. Thus, when I said we should not converse with children on religion, if we wished them ever to possess any, when I asserted they were incapable of communion with the Supreme Being, even in our confined degree, I drew my conclusions from general observation. I knew they were not applicable to particular instances. Find Jean-Jacques Rousseau of 6 years old, converse with them on religious subjects at 7, and I will be answerable that the experiment will be attended with no danger. End of section 13. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 14 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 14. It is understood, I believe, that a child, or even a man, is likely to be most sincere while persevering in that religion in whose belief he was born and educated. We frequently detract from, seldom make any additions to it. Dogmatical faith is the effect of education. In addition to this general principle which attached me to the religion of my forefathers, I had that particular aversion our city entertains for Catholicism, which is represented there as the most monstrous idolatry, and whose clergy are painted in the blackest colours. This sentiment was so firmly imprinted on my mind that I never dared to look into their churches. I could not bear to meet a priest in his surplice, and never did I hear the bells of a procession sound without shuddering with horror. These sensations soon wore off in great cities, but frequently returned in country parishes which bore more similarity to the spot where I first experienced them. Meantime, this dislike was singularly contrasted by the remembrance of those caresses which priests in the neighbourhood of Geneva are fond of bestowing on the children of that city. If the bells of the Viaticum alarmed me, the chiming for mass or vespers called me to a breakfast, a collation, to the pleasure of regaling on fresh butter, fruits, or milk. The good cheer of M. de Pontverre had produced a considerable effect on me. My former abhorrence began to diminish, and looking on popery through the medium of amusement and good living, I easily reconciled myself to the idea of enduring, though I never entertained but a very transient and distant idea of making a solemn profession of it. At this moment such a transaction appeared in all its horrors. I shuddered at the engagement I had entered into, and its inevitable consequences. The future neophytes with which I was surrounded were not calculated to sustain my courage by their example, and I could not help considering the holy work I was about to perform as the action of a villain. Though young, I was sufficiently convinced that whatever religion might be the true one, I was about to sell mine. And even should I chance to choose the best, I lied to the Holy Ghost, and merited the disdain of every good man. The more I considered, the more I despised myself, and trembled at the fate which had led me into such a predicament, as if my present situation had not been of my own seeking. There were moments when these compunctions were so strong that, had I found the door open but for an instant, I should certainly have made my escape. But this was impossible, nor was the resolution of any long duration, being combated by too many secret motives to stand any chance of gaining the victory. My fixed determination not to return to Geneva, the shame that would attend it, the difficulty of repassing the mountains, at a distance from my country, without friends and without resources, everything concurred to make me consider my remorse of conscience as a too late repentance. I affected to reproach myself for what I had done, to seek excuses for that I intended to do, and by aggravating the errors of the past, looked on the future as an inevitable consequence. I did not say, "Nothing is yet done, and you may be innocent if you please," but I said, "Tremble at the crime thou hast committed, which hath reduced thee to the necessity of filling up the measure of thine iniquities." It required more resolution than was natural to my age to revoke those expectations which I had given them reason to entertain, break those chains with which I was enthralled, and resolutely declare I would continue in the religion of my forefathers, whatever might be the consequence. The affair was already too far advanced, and in spite of all my efforts, they would have made a point of bringing it to a conclusion. The sophism which ruined me has had a similar effect on the greater part of mankind, who lament the want of resolution when the opportunity for exercising it is over. The practice of virtue is only difficult from our own negligence. Were we always discreet, we should seldom have occasion for any painful exertion of it. We are captivated by desires we might readily surmount, give in to temptations that might easily be resisted, and insensibly get into embarrassing, perilous situations from which we cannot extricate ourselves but with the utmost difficulty. Intimidated by the effort, we fall into the abyss, saying to the Almighty, "Why hast thou made us such weak creatures?" But notwithstanding our vain pretexts, he replies by our consciences, "I formed ye too weak to get out of the gulf, because I gave ye sufficient strength not to have fallen into it." I was not absolutely resolved to become a Catholic, but as it was not necessary to declare my intentions immediately, I gradually accustomed myself to the idea, hoping meantime that some unforeseen event would extricate me from my embarrassment. In order to gain time, I resolved to make the best defence I possibly could in favour of my own opinion, but my vanity soon rendered this resolution unnecessary, for on finding I frequently embarrassed those who had the care of my instruction, I wished to heighten my triumph by giving them a complete overthrow. I zealously pursued my plan, not without the ridiculous hope of being able to convert my converters, for I was simple enough to believe that could I convince them of their errors, they would become Protestants. They did not find, therefore, that facility in the work which they had expected, as I differed both in regard to will and knowledge from the opinion they had entertained of me. Protestants in general are better instructed in the principles of their religion than Catholics. The reason is obvious. The doctrine of the former requires discussion, of the latter a blind submission. The Catholic must content himself with the decisions of others. The Protestant must learn to decide for himself. They were not ignorant of this, but neither my age nor appearance promised much difficulty to men so accustomed to disputation. They knew likewise that I had not received my first communion, nor the instructions which accompany it. But on the other hand, they had no idea of the information I received at Monsieur Lambercier's, or that I had learnt the history of the Church and Empire almost by heart at my father's, and though since that time nearly forgot, when warmed by the dispute, very unfortunately for these gentlemen, it again returned to my memory. A little old priest, but tolerably venerable, held the first conference, at which we were all convened. On the part of my comrades it was rather a catechism than a controversy. and he found more pains in giving them instruction than answering their objections. But when it came to my turn, it was a different matter. I stopped him at every article, and did not spare a single remark that I thought would create a difficulty. This rendered the conference long and extremely tiresome to the assistants. My old priest talked a great deal, was very warm, frequently rambled from the subject, and extricated himself from difficulties by saying he was not sufficiently versed in the French language. The next day, lest my indiscreet objections should injure the minds of those who were better disposed, I was led into a separate chamber, and put under the care of a younger priest, a fine speaker, that is, one who was fond of long perplexed sentences, and proud of his own abilities, if ever doctor was. I did not, however, suffer myself to be intimidated by his overbearing looks, and being sensible that I could maintain my ground, I combated his assertions, exposed his mistakes, and laid about me in the best manner I was able. He thought to silence me at once with St. Augustine, St. Gregory, and the rest of the fathers, but found, to his ineffable surprise, that I could handle these almost as dexterously as himself. Not that I had ever read them, or he either, perhaps, but I retained a number of passages taken from my Le Sueur, and when he bore hard on me with one citation, without standing to dispute, I parried it with another, which method embarrassed him extremely. At length, however, he got the better of me for two very potent reasons. In the first place, he was of the strongest side. Young as I was, I thought it might be dangerous to drive him to extremities, for I plainly saw the old priest was neither satisfied with me nor my erudition. In the next place, he had studied, I had not. This gave a degree of method to his arguments which I could not follow, and whenever he found himself pressed by an unforeseen objection, he put it off to the next conference, pretending I rambled from the question in dispute. Sometimes he even rejected all my quotations, maintaining they were false, and offering to fetch the book, defied me to find them. He knew he ran very little risk, and that with all my borrowed learning I was not sufficiently accustomed to books, and too poor a Latinist to find a passage in a large volume, had I been ever so well assured it was there. I even suspected him of having been guilty of a perfidy with which he accused our ministers, and that he fabricated passages sometimes in order to evade an objection that incommoded him. Meanwhile, the hospital became every day more disagreeable to me, and seeing but one way to get out of it, I endeavoured to hasten my abjuration with as much eagerness as I had hitherto sought to retard it. The two Africans had been baptized with great ceremony. They were habited in white from head to foot to signify the purity of their regenerated souls. My turn came a month after, for all this time was thought necessary by my directors that they might have the honour of a difficult conversion, and every dogma of their faith was recapitulated in order to triumph the more completely over my new docility. End of section 14. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 15 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 15. At length, sufficiently instructed and disposed to the will of my masters, I was led in procession to the Metropolitan Church of St. John, to make a solemn abjuration, and undergo a ceremony made use of on these occasions, which, though not baptism, is very similar, and serves to persuade the people that Protestants are not Christians. I was clothed in a kind of grey robe, decorated with white Brandenburgs. Two men, one behind, the other before me, carried copper basins which they kept striking with a key, and in which those who were charitably disposed put their alms, according as they found themselves influenced by religion or goodwill for the new convert. In a word, nothing of Catholic pageantry was omitted that could render the solemnity edifying to the populace or humiliating to me. The white dress might have been serviceable, but as I had not the honour to be either Moor or Jew, they did not think fit to compliment me with it. The affair did not end here. I must now go to the Inquisition to be absolved from the dreadful sin of heresy, and return to the bosom of the Church with the same ceremony to which Henry IV was subjected by his ambassador. The air and manner of the Right Reverend Father Inquisitor was by no means calculated to dissipate the secret horror that seized my spirits on entering this holy mansion. After several questions relative to my faith, situation, and family, he asked me bluntly if my mother was damned. Terror repressed the first gust of indignation. This gave me time to recollect myself, and I answered, I hope not, for God might have enlightened her last moments. The monk made no reply, but his silence was attended with a look by no means expressive of approbation. All these ceremonies ended. The very moment I flattered myself I should be plentifully provided for, they exhorted me to continue a good Christian, and live in obedience to the grace I had received. Then, wishing me good fortune, with rather more than 20 francs of small money in my pocket, the produce of the above-mentioned collection, turned me out, shut the door on me, and I saw no more of them. Thus, in a moment, all my flattering expectations were at an end, and nothing remained from my interested conversion but the remembrance of having been made both a dupe and an apostate. It is easy to imagine what a sudden revolution was produced in my ideas, when every brilliant expectation of making a fortune terminated by seeing myself plunged into the completest misery. In the morning I was deliberating what palace I should inhabit. Before night I was reduced to seek my lodging in the street. It may be supposed that I gave myself up to the most violent transports of despair, rendered more bitter by a consciousness that my own folly had reduced me to these extremities. But the truth is, I experienced none of these disagreeable sensations. I had passed 2 months in absolute confinement. This was new to me. I was now emancipated, and the sentiment I felt most forcibly was joy at my recovered liberty. After a slavery which had appeared tedious, I was again master of my time and actions, in a great city, abundant in resources, crowded with people of fortune, to whom my merits and talents could not fail to recommend me. I had sufficient time before me to expect this good fortune, for my 20 livres seemed an inexhaustible treasure which I might dispose of without rendering an account of to any one. It was the first time I had found myself so rich, and far from giving way to melancholy reflections, I only adopted other hopes, in which self-love was by no means a loser. Never did I feel so great a degree of confidence and security. I looked on my fortune as already made, and was pleased to think I should have no one but myself to thank for the acquisition of it. The first thing I did was to satisfy my curiosity by rambling all over the city, and I seemed to consider it as a confirmation of my liberty. I went to see the soldiers mount guard, and was delighted with their military accoutrement. I followed processions, and was pleased with the solemn music of the priests. I next went to see the king's palace, which I approached with awe, but seeing others enter, I followed their example, and no one prevented me. Perhaps I owed this favour to the small parcel I carried under my arm. Be that as it may, I conceived a high opinion of my consequence from this circumstance, and already thought myself an inhabitant there. The weather was hot. I had walked about till I was both fatigued and hungry. Wishing for some refreshment, I went into a milk house. They brought me some cream cheese, curds and whey, and 2 slices of that excellent Piedmont bread which I prefer to any other, and for 5 or 6 sous I had one of the most delicious meals I ever recollect to have made. It was time to seek a lodging. As I already knew enough of the Piedmontese language to make myself understood, this was a work of no great difficulty, and I had so much prudence that I wished to adapt it rather to the state of my purse than to the bent of my inclinations. In the course of my inquiries, I was informed that a soldier's wife in Pau Street furnished lodgings to servants out of place at only 1 sou a night, and finding one of her poor beds disengaged, I took possession of it. She was young and newly married, though she already had 5 or 6 children. Mother, children, and lodgers all slept in the same chamber, and it continued thus while I remained there. She was good-natured, swore like a carman, and wore neither cap nor handkerchief, but she had a gentle heart, was officious, and to me both kind and serviceable. For several days I gave myself up to the pleasures of independence and curiosity. I continued wandering about the city and its environs, examining every object that seemed curious or new, and indeed most things had that appearance to a young novice. I never omitted visiting the court, and assisted regularly every morning at the king's mass. I thought it a great honour to be in the same chapel with this prince and his retinue, but my passion for music, which now began to make its appearance, was a greater incentive than the splendour of the court, which, soon seen and always the same, presently lost its attraction. The King of Sardinia had at that time the best music in Europe. Sommi, Desjardins, and the Bezzuzzi shone there alternately. All these were not necessary to fascinate a youth whom the sound of the most simple instrument, provided it was just, transported with joy. Magnificence only produced a stupid admiration. Without any violent desire to partake of it, my thoughts were principally employed in observing whether any young princess was present that merited my homage, and from whom I could make the heroine of a romance. Meantime, I was on the point of beginning one, in a less elevated sphere, it is true, but where, could I have brought it to a conclusion, I should have found pleasures 1,000 times more delicious. Though I lived with the strictest economy, my purse insensibly grew lighter. This economy was, however, less the effect of prudence than that love of simplicity, which, even to this day, the use of the most expensive tables has not been able to vitiate. Nothing, in my idea, either at that time or since, could exceed a rustic repast. Give me milk, vegetables, eggs, and brown bread, with tolerable wine, and I shall always think myself sumptuously regaled. A good appetite will furnish out the rest, if the maître d'hôtel, with a number of unnecessary footmen, do not satiate me with their important attentions. 5 or 6 sous would then procure me a more agreeable meal than as many livres would have done since. I was abstemious, therefore, for want of a temptation to be otherwise. Though I do not know but I am wrong to call this abstinence, for with my pears, new cheese, bread, and some glasses of Montferrat wine, which you might have cut with a knife, I was the greatest of epicures. Notwithstanding my expenses were very moderate, it was possible to see the end of 20 livres. I was every day more convinced of this, and, spite of the giddiness of youth, my apprehensions for the future amounted almost to terror. All my castles in the air were vanished, and I became sensible of the necessity of seeking some occupation that would procure me a subsistence. Even this was a work of difficulty. I thought of my engraving, but knew too little of it to be employed as a journeyman, nor do masters abound in Turin. I resolved, therefore, till something better presented itself, to go from shop to shop, offering to engrave ciphers or coats of arms on pieces of plate, etc., and hoped to get employment by working at a low price, or taking what they chose to give me. Even this expedient did not answer my expectations. Almost all my applications were ineffectual, the little I procured being hardly sufficient to produce a few scanty meals. End of section 15. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 16 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 16. Walking one morning pretty early in the Contranova, I saw a young tradeswoman behind a counter, whose looks were so charmingly attractive that, notwithstanding my timidity with the ladies, I entered the shop without hesitation, offered my services as usual, and had the happiness to have it accepted. She made me sit down and recite my little history, pitied my forlorn situation, bade me be cheerful, and endeavoured to make me so by an assurance that every good Christian would give me assistance. Then, while she had occasion, she went upstairs and fetched me something for breakfast. This seemed a promising beginning, nor was what followed less flattering. She was satisfied with my work, and when I had a little recovered myself, still more with my discourse. She was rather elegantly dressed, and notwithstanding her gentle looks, this appearance of gaiety had disconcerted me. But her good nature, the compassionate tone of her voice, with her gentle and caressing manner, soon set me at ease with myself. I saw my endeavours to please were crowned with success, and this assurance made me succeed the more. Though an Italian, and too pretty to be entirely devoid of coquetry, she had so much modesty, and I so great a share of timidity, that our adventure was not likely to be brought to a very speedy conclusion, nor did they give us time to make any good of it. I cannot recall the few short moments I passed with this lovely woman without being sensible of an inexpressible charm, and can yet say it was there I tasted, in their utmost perfection, the most delightful as well as the purest pleasures of love. She was a lively, pleasing brunette, and the good nature that was painted on her lovely face rendered her vivacity more interesting. She was called Madame Basile. Her husband, who was considerably older than herself, consigned her during his absence to the care of a clerk, too disagreeable to be thought dangerous, but who, notwithstanding, had pretensions that he seldom showed any signs of, except of ill humours, a good share of which he bestowed on me, though I was pleased to hear him play the flute, on which he was a tolerable musician. This second Aegisthus was sure to grumble whenever he saw me go into his mistress's apartment, treating me with a degree of disdain which she took care to repay him with interest, seeming pleased to caress me in his presence, on purpose to torment him. This kind of revenge, though perfectly to my taste, would have been still more charming in a tete-a-tete, but she did not proceed so far. At least there was a difference in the expression of her kindness. Whether she thought me too young, that it was my place to make advances, or that she was seriously resolved to be virtuous. She had at such times a kind of reserve, which, though not absolutely discouraging, kept my passion within bounds. I did not feel the same real and tender respect for her as I did for Madame de Warrens. I was embarrassed, agitated, feared to look, and hardly dared to breathe in her presence. Yet to have left her would have been worse than death. How fondly did my eyes devour whatever they could gaze on without being perceived! The flowers on her gown, the point of her pretty foot, the interval of a round white arm that appeared between her glove and ruffle, the least part of her neck, each object increased the force of all the rest and added to the infatuation. Gazing thus on what was to be seen, and even more than was to be seen, my sight became confused, my chest seemed contracted, respiration was every moment more painful. I had the utmost difficulty to hide my agitation, to prevent my sighs from being heard, and this difficulty was increased by the silence in which we were frequently plunged. Happily, Madame Basile, busy at her work, saw nothing of all this, or seemed not to see it. Yet I sometimes observed a kind of sympathy, especially at the frequent rising of her handkerchief, and this dangerous sight almost mastered every effort. But when on the point of giving way to my transports, she spoke a few words to me with an air of tranquillity, and in an instant the agitation subsided. I saw her several times in this manner, without a word, a gesture, or even a look too expressive, making the least intelligence between us. The situation was both my torment and delight, for hardly, in the simplicity of my heart, could I imagine the cause of my uneasiness. I should suppose these tete-a-tetes could not be displeasing to her. At least, she sought frequent occasions to renew them. This was a very disinterested labour, certainly, as appeared by the use she made, or ever suffered me to make of them. Being one day wearied with the clerk's discourse, she had retired to her chamber. I made haste to finish what I had to do in the back shop, and followed her. The door was half open, and I entered without being perceived. She was embroidering near a window on the opposite side of the room. She could not see me, and the carts in the streets made too much noise for me to be heard. She was always well dressed, but this day her attire bordered on coquetry. Her attitude was graceful. Her head, leaning gently forward, discovered a small circle of her neck. Her hair, elegantly dressed, was ornamented with flowers. Her figure was universally charming, and I had an uninterrupted opportunity to admire it. I was absolutely in a state of ecstasy, and involuntarily sinking on my knees, I passionately extended my arms towards her, certain she could not hear, and having no conception that she could see me. But there was a chimney glass at the end of the room that betrayed all my proceedings. I am ignorant what effect this transport produced on her. She did not speak, she did not look at me, but partly turning her head, with the movement of her finger only, she pointed to the mat that was at her feet. To start up with an articulate cry of joy and occupy the place she had indicated was the work of a moment. But it will hardly be believed I dared attempt no more, not even to speak, raise my eyes to hers, or rest an instant on her knees, though in an attitude which seemed to render such a support necessary. I was dumb, immovable, but far enough from a state of tranquillity. Agitation, joy, gratitude, ardent, indefinite wishes, restrained by the fear of giving displeasure, which my unpractised heart too much dreaded, were sufficiently discernible. She neither appeared more tranquil nor less intimidated than myself, uneasy at my present situation, confounded at having brought me there, beginning to tremble for the effects of a sign which she had made without reflecting on the consequences, neither giving encouragement nor expressing disapprobation. With her eyes fixed on her work, she endeavoured to appear unconscious of everything that passed. But all my stupidity could not hinder me from concluding that she partook of my embarrassment, perhaps my transports, and was only hindered by a bashfulness like mine, without even that supposition giving me power to surmount it. 5 or 6 years older than myself, every advance, according to my idea, should have been made by her, and since she did nothing to encourage mine, I concluded they would offend her. Even at this time I am inclined to believe I thought right. She certainly had wit enough to perceive that a novice like me had occasion not only for encouragement, but instruction. I am ignorant how this animated, though dumb scene would have ended, or how long I should have continued immovable in this ridiculous, though delicious situation, had we not been interrupted. In the height of my agitation, I heard the kitchen door open, which joined Madame Basile's chamber, who, being alarmed, said with a quick voice and action, "Get up, here's Rosina." Rising hastily, I seized one of her hands, which she held out to me, and gave it 2 eager kisses. At the second, I felt this charming hand press gently on my lips. Never in my life did I enjoy so sweet a moment, but the occasion I had lost returned no more, this being the conclusion of our amours. This may be the reason why her image yet remains imprinted on my heart in such charming colours, which have even acquired fresh lustre since I became acquainted with the world and women. Had she been mistress of the least degree of experience, she would have taken other measures to animate so youthful a lover. But if her heart was weak, it was virtuous, and only suffered itself to be borne away by a powerful though involuntary inclination. This was apparently her first infidelity, and I should perhaps have found more difficulty in vanquishing her scruples than my own. But without proceeding so far, I experienced in her company the most inexpressible delights. Never did I taste with any other woman pleasures equal to those 2 minutes which I passed at the feet of Madame Basile, without even daring to touch her gown. I am convinced no satisfaction can be compared to that we feel with a virtuous woman we esteem. All is transport. A sign with the finger, a hand lightly pressed against my lips, were the only favours I ever received from Madame Basile, yet the bare remembrance of these trifling condescensions continues to transport me. It was in vain I watched the following 2 days for another tete-a-tete. It was impossible to find an opportunity, nor could I perceive on her part any desire to forward it. Her behaviour was not colder, but more distant than usual, and I believe she avoided my looks for fear of not being able sufficiently to govern her own. The cursed clerk was more vexatious than ever. He even became a wit, telling me with a satirical sneer that I should unquestionably make my way among the ladies. I trembled lest I should have been guilty of some indiscretion, and looking at myself as already engaged in an intrigue, endeavoured to cover with an air of mystery an inclination which hitherto certainly had no great need of it. This made me more circumspect in my choice of opportunities, and by resolving only to seize such as should be absolutely free from the danger of a surprise, I met none. Another romantic folly, which I could never overcome, and which, joined to my natural timidity, tended directly to contradict the clerk's predictions, is I always loved too sincerely, too perfectly, I may say, to find happiness easily attainable. Never were passions at the same time more lively and pure than mine. Never was love more tender, more true, or more disinterested. Freely would I have sacrificed my own happiness to that of the object of my affection. Her reputation was dearer than my life, and I could promise myself no happiness for which I would have exposed her peace of mind for a moment. This disposition has ever made me employ so much care, use so many precautions, such secrecy in my adventures, that all of them have failed. In a word, my want of success with the women has ever proceeded from having loved them too well. End of section 16. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 17 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 17. To return to our Aegisthus, the fluter, it was remarkable that in becoming more insupportable, the traitor put on the appearance of complaisance. From the first day Madame Basile had taken me under her protection, she had endeavoured to make me serviceable in the warehouse, and finding I understood arithmetic tolerably well, she proposed his teaching me to keep the books, a proposition that was but indifferently received by this humorist, who might perhaps be fearful of being supplanted. As this failed, my whole employ, besides what engraving I had to do, was to transcribe some bills and accounts, to write several books over fair, and translate commercial letters from Italian into French. All at once he thought fit to accept the before rejected proposal, saying he would teach me bookkeeping by double entry, and put me in a situation to offer my services to Monsieur Basile on his return. But there was something so false, malicious, and ironical in his air and manner, that it was by no means calculated to inspire me with confidence. Madame Basile replied archly that I was much obliged to him for his kind offer, but she hoped fortune would be more favourable to my merits, for it would be a great misfortune, with so much sense, that I should only be a pitiful clerk. She often said she would procure me some acquaintance that might be useful. She doubtless felt the necessity of parting with me, and had prudently resolved on it. Our mute declaration had been made on Thursday. The Sunday following she gave a dinner. A Jacobin of good appearance was among the guests, to whom she did me the honour to present me. The monk treated me very affectionately, congratulated me on my late conversion, mentioned several particulars of my story, which plainly showed he had been made acquainted with it, then, tapping me familiarly on the cheek, bade me be good, to keep up my spirits, and come to see him at his convent, where he should have more opportunity to talk with me. I judged him to be a person of some consequence by the deference that was paid him, and by the paternal tone he assumed with Madame Basile to be her confessor. I likewise remember that his decent familiarity was attended with an appearance of esteem and even respect for his fair penitent, which then made less impression on me than at present. Had I possessed more experience, how should I have congratulated myself on having touched the heart of a young woman respected by her confessor? The table not being large enough to accommodate all the company, a small one was prepared, where I had the satisfaction of dining with our agreeable clerk. But I lost nothing with regard to attention and good cheer, for several plates were sent to the side table, which were certainly not intended for him. Thus far all went well. The ladies were in good spirits, and the gentlemen very gallant, while Madame Basile did the honours of the table with peculiar grace. In the middle of the dinner we heard a chaise stop at the door, and presently some one coming upstairs. It was Monsieur Basile. Methinks I now see him entering in his scarlet coat with gold buttons. From that day I have held the colour in abhorrence. Monsieur Basile was a tall, handsome man of good address. He entered with a consequential look, and an air of taking his family unawares, though none but friends were present. His wife ran to meet him, threw her arms about his neck, and gave him 1,000 caresses, which he received with the utmost indifference, and without making any return, saluted the company and took his place at table. They were just beginning to speak of his journey, when, casting his eye on the small table, he asked in a sharp tone what lad that was. Madame Basile answered ingenuously. He then inquired whether I lodged in the house, and was answered in the negative. "Why not?" replied he rudely. "Since he stays here all day, he might as well remain all night too." The monk now interfered with a serious and true eulogium on Madame Basile. In a few words he made mine also, adding that so far from blaming, he ought to further the pious charity of his wife, since it was evident she had not passed the bounds of discretion. The husband answered with an air of petulance, which, restrained by the presence of the monk, he endeavoured to stifle. It was, however, sufficient to let me understand he had already received information of me, and that our worthy clerk had rendered me an ill office. We had hardly risen from table when the latter came in triumph from his employer to inform me I must leave the house that instant, and never more during my life dare to set foot there. He took care to aggravate this commission by everything that could render it cruel and insulting. I departed without a word, my heart overwhelmed with sorrow, less for being obliged to quit this amiable woman than at the thought of leaving her to the brutality of such a husband. He was certainly right to wish her faithful, but though prudent and well born, she was an Italian, that is to say, tender and vindictive, which made me think he was extremely imprudent in using means the most likely in the world to draw on himself the very evil he so much dreaded. Such was the success of my first adventure. I walked several times up and down the street, wishing to get a sight of what my heart incessantly regretted, but I could only discover her husband, or the vigilant clerk, who, perceiving me, made a sign with the L they used in the shop, which was more expressive than alluring. Finding, therefore, that I was so completely watched, my courage failed, and I went no more. I wished at least to find out the patron she had provided me, but unfortunately I did not know his name. I ranged several times round the convent, endeavouring in vain to meet with him. At length other events banished the delightful remembrance of Madame Basile, and in a short time I so far forgot her that I remained as simple, as much a novice as ever, nor did my penchant for pretty women even receive any sensible augmentation. Her liberality had, however, increased my little wardrobe, though she had done this with precaution and prudence, regarding neatness more than decoration, and to make me comfortable rather than brilliant. The coat I had brought from Geneva was yet wearable. She only added a hat and some linen. I had no ruffles, nor would she give me any, not but I felt a great inclination for them. She was satisfied with having put it in my power to keep myself clean, though a charge to do this was unnecessary while I was to appear before her. A few days after this catastrophe, my hostess, who, as I have already observed, was very friendly, with great satisfaction informed me she had heard of a situation, and that a lady of rank desired to see me. I immediately thought myself in the road to great adventures, that being the point to which all my ideas tended. This, however, did not prove so brilliant as I had conceived it. I waited on the lady, with the servant, who had mentioned me. She asked a number of questions, and my answers not displeasing her, I immediately entered into her service, not indeed in the quality of favourite, but as a footman. I was clothed like the rest of her people, the only difference being they wore a shoulder knot, which I had not, and as there was no lace on her livery, it appeared merely a tradesman's suit. This was the unforeseen conclusion of all my great expectancies. The Comtesse de Vercellis, with whom I now lived, was a widow without children. Her husband was a Piedmontese, but I always believed her to be a Savoyard, as I could have no conception that a native of Piedmont could speak such good French, and with so pure an accent. She was a middle-aged woman of a noble appearance and cultivated understanding, being fond of French literature, in which she was well versed. Her letters had the expression and almost the elegance of Madame de Sévigné's. Some of them might have been taken for hers. My principal employ, which was by no means displeasing to me, was to write from her dictating, a cancer in the breast, from which she suffered extremely, not permitting her to write herself. Madame de Vercellis not only possessed a good understanding, but a strong and elevated soul. I was with her during her last illness, and saw her suffer and die without showing an instant of weakness, or the least effort of constraint, still retaining her feminine manners, without entertaining an idea that such fortitude gave her any claim to philosophy, a word which was not yet in fashion, nor comprehended by her in the sense it is held at present. This strength of disposition sometimes extended almost to apathy, ever appearing to feel as little for others as herself. And when she relieved the unfortunate, it was rather for the sake of acting right than from a principle of real commiseration. I frequently experienced this insensibility in some measure during the 3 months I remained with her. It would have been natural to have had an esteem for a young man of some abilities who was incessantly under her observation, and that she should think, as she felt her dissolution approaching, that after her death he would have occasion for assistance and support. But whether she judged me unworthy of particular attention, or that those who narrowly watched all her motions gave her no opportunity to think of any but themselves, she did nothing for me. I very well recollect that she showed some curiosity to know my story, frequently questioning me, and appearing pleased when I showed her the letters I wrote to Madame de Warrens, or explained my sentiments. But as she never discovered her own, she certainly did not take the right means to come at them. My heart, naturally communicative, loved to display its feelings whenever I encountered a similar disposition, but dry, cold interrogatories, without any sign of blame or approbation on my answers, gave me no confidence. Not being able to determine whether my discourse was agreeable or displeasing, I was ever in fear, and thought less of expressing my ideas than of being careful not to say anything that might seem to my disadvantage. I have since remarked that this dry method of questioning themselves into people's characters is a common trick among women who pride themselves on superior understanding. These imagine that by concealing their own sentiments they shall the more easily penetrate into those of others, being ignorant that this method destroys the confidence so necessary to make us reveal them. A man, on being questioned, is immediately on his guard, and if once he supposes that, without any interest in his concerns, you only wish to set him a-talking, either he entertains you with lies, is silent, or, examining every word before he utters it, rather chooses to pass for a fool than to be the dupe of your curiosity. In short, it is ever a bad method to attempt to read the hearts of others by endeavouring to conceal our own. End of section 17. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 18 of Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 18. Madame de Vercellis never addressed a word to me which seemed to express affection, pity, or benevolence. She interrogated me coldly, and my answers were uttered with so much timidity that she doubtless entertained but a mean opinion of my intellects, for latterly she never asked me any questions, nor said anything but what was absolutely necessary for her service. She drew her judgment less from what I really was than from what she had made me, and by considering me as a footman, prevented my appearing otherwise. I am inclined to think I suffered at that time by the same interested game of concealed manoeuvre which has counteracted me throughout my life, and given me a very natural aversion for everything that has the least appearance of it. Madame de Vercellis having no children, her nephew, the Comte de la Roque, was her heir, and paid his court assiduously, as did her principal domestics, who, seeing her end approaching, endeavoured to take care of themselves. In short, so many were busy about her that she could hardly have found time to think of me. At the head of her household was a Monsieur Lorenzy, an artful genius, with a still more artful wife, who had so far insinuated herself into the good graces of her mistress that she was rather on the footing of a friend than a servant. She had introduced a niece of hers as lady's maid. Her name was Mademoiselle Pontal, a cunning gypsy that gave herself all the airs of a waiting woman, and assisted her aunt so well in besetting the Countess that she only saw with their eyes and acted through their hands. I had not the happiness to please this worthy triumvirate. I obeyed, but did not wait on them, not conceiving that my duty to our general mistress required me to be a servant to her servants. Besides this, I was a person that gave them some inquietude. They saw I was not in my proper situation, and feared the Countess would discover it likewise, and by placing me in it decrease their portions. For such sort of people, too greedy to be just, look on every legacy given to others as a diminution of their own wealth. They endeavoured, therefore, to keep me as much out of her sight as possible. She loved to write letters in her situation, but they contrived to give her a distaste to it, persuading her, by the aid of the doctor, that it was too fatiguing, and under pretence that I did not understand how to wait on her, they employed 2 great lubberly chairmen for that purpose. In a word, they managed the affair so well that for 8 days before she made her will, I had not been permitted to enter the chamber. Afterwards I went in as usual, and was even more assiduous than any one, being afflicted at the sufferings of the unhappy lady, whom I truly respected and beloved for the calmness and fortitude with which she bore her illness, and often did I shed tears of real sorrow without being perceived by any one. At length we lost her. I saw her expire. She had lived like a woman of sense and virtue. Her death was that of a philosopher. I can truly say she rendered the Catholic religion amiable to me by the serenity with which she fulfilled its dictates, without any mixture of negligence or affectation. She was naturally serious, but towards the end of her illness she possessed a kind of gaiety, too regular to be assumed, which served as a counterpoise to the melancholy of her situation. She only kept her bed 2 days, continuing to discourse cheerfully with those about her to the very last. She had bequeathed a year's wages to all the under-servants, but not being on the household list, I had nothing. The Comte de la Roque, however, ordered me 30 livres, and the new coat I had on, which Monsieur Lorenzy would certainly have taken from me. He even promised to procure me a place, giving me permission to wait on him as often as I pleased. Accordingly, I went 2 or 3 times, without being able to speak to him, and as I was easily repulsed, returned no more. Whether I did wrong will be seen hereafter. Would I had finished what I had to say of my living at Madame de Vercellis's. Though my situation apparently remained the same, I did not leave her house as I had entered it. I carried with me the long and painful remembrance of a crime, an insupportable weight of remorse which yet hangs on my conscience, and whose bitter recollection, far from weakening during a period of 40 years, seems to gather strength as I grow old. Who would believe that a childish fault should be productive of such melancholy consequences? But it is for the more than probable effects that my heart cannot be consoled. I have, perhaps, caused an amiable, honest, estimable girl, who surely merited a better fate than myself, to perish with shame and misery. Though it is very difficult to break up housekeeping without confusion and the loss of some property, Yet such was the fidelity of the domestics, and the vigilance of Monsieur and Madame Lorenzy, that no article of the inventory was found wanting. In short, nothing was missing but a pink and silver ribbon, which had been worn and belonged to Mademoiselle Pontal. Though several things of more value were in my reach, this ribbon alone tempted me, and accordingly I stole it. As I took no great pains to conceal the bauble, it was soon discovered. They immediately insisted on knowing from whence I had taken it. This perplexed me. I hesitated, and at length said with confusion that Marion gave it to me. Marion was a young Mauriennese, and had been cook to Madame de Vercellis ever since she left off giving entertainments, for being sensible she had more need of good broths than fine ragouts, she had discharged her former one. Marion was not only pretty, but had that freshness of colour only to be found among the mountains, and above all, an air of modesty and sweetness, which made it impossible to see her without affection. She was, besides, a good girl, virtuous, and of such strict fidelity that everyone was surprised at hearing her named. They had not less confidence in me, and judged it necessary to certify which of us was the thief. Marion was sent for. A great number of people were present, among whom was the Comte de la Roque. She arrives, they show her the ribbon. I accuse her boldly. She remains confused and speechless, casting a look on me that would have disarmed a demon, but which my barbarous heart resisted. At length she denied it with firmness, but without anger, exhorting me to return to myself and not injure an innocent girl who had never wronged me. With infernal impudence I confirmed my accusation, and to her face maintained she had given me the ribbon. On which the poor girl, bursting into tears, said these words: "Ah, Rousseau, I thought you a good disposition. You render me very unhappy, but I would not be in your situation." She continued to defend herself with as much innocence as firmness, but without uttering the least invective against me. Her moderation, compared to my positive tone, did her an injury, as it did not appear natural to suppose on one side such diabolical assurance, on the other such angelic mildness. The affair could not be absolutely decided, but the presumption was in my favour, and the Comte de la Roque, in sending us both away, contented himself with saying, "The conscience of the guilty would revenge the innocent." His prediction was true, and is being daily verified. I am ignorant what became of the victim of my calumny, but there is little probability of her having been able to place herself agreeably after this, as she laboured under an imputation cruel to her character in every respect. The theft was a trifle, yet it was a theft, and what was worse, employed to seduce a boy, while the lie and obstinacy left nothing to hope from a person in whom so many vices were united. I do not even look on the misery and disgrace in which I plunged her as the greatest evil. Who knows at her age whither contempt and disregarded innocence might have led her? Alas! If remorse for having made her unhappy is insupportable, what must I have suffered at the thought of rendering her even worse than myself? The cruel remembrance of this transaction sometimes so troubles and disorders me, that in my disturbed slumbers I imagine I see this poor girl enter and reproach me with my crime, as though I had committed it but yesterday. While in easy, tranquil circumstances, I was less miserable on this account, but during a troubled, agitated life, it has robbed me of the sweet consolation of persecuted innocence, and made me woefully experience what I think I have remarked in some of my works, that remorse sleeps in the calm sunshine of prosperity, but wakes amid the storms of adversity. I could never take on me to discharge my heart of this weight in the bosom of a friend, nor could the closest intimacy ever encourage me to it, even with Madame de Warrens. All I could do was to own I had to accuse myself of an atrocious crime, but never said in what it consisted. The weight, therefore, has remained heavy on my conscience to this day, and I can truly own the desire of relieving myself in some measure from it contributed greatly to the resolution of writing my confessions. I have proceeded truly in that I have just made, and it will certainly be thought I have not sought to palliate the turpitude of my offence. But I should not fulfil the purpose of this undertaking did I not at the same time divulge my interior disposition and excuse myself as far as is conformable with truth. Never was wickedness further from my thoughts than in that cruel moment, and when I accused the unhappy girl, it is strange but strictly true that my friendship for her was the immediate cause of it. She was present to my thoughts. I formed my excuse from the first object that presented itself. I accused her with doing what I meant to have done, and as I designed to have given her the ribbon, asserted she had given it to me. When she appeared, my heart was agonized, but the presence of so many people was more powerful than my compunction. I did not fear punishment, but I dreaded shame. I dreaded it more than death, more than the crime, more than all the world. I would have buried, hid myself in the centre of the earth. Invincible shame bore down every other sentiment. Shame alone caused all my impudence, and in proportion as I became criminal, the fear of discovery rendered me intrepid. I felt no dread but that of being detected, of being publicly and to my face declared a thief, liar, and calumniator. An unconquerable fear of this overcame every other sensation. Had I been left to myself, I should infallibly have declared the truth. Or if Monsieur de la Roque had taken me aside and said, "Do not injure this poor girl. If you are guilty, own it," I am convinced I should instantly have thrown myself at his feet. But they intimidated instead of encouraging me. I was hardly out of my childhood, or rather was yet in it. It is also just to make some allowance for my age. In youth, dark, premeditated villainy is more criminal than in a riper age, but weaknesses are much less so. My fault was truly nothing more, and I am less afflicted at the deed itself than for its consequences. It had one good effect, however, in preserving me through the rest of my life from any criminal action, from the terrible impression that has remained from the only one I ever committed. And I think my aversion for lying proceeds in a great measure from regret at having been guilty of so black a one. If it is a crime that can be expiated, as I dare believe, 40 years of uprightness and honour on various difficult occasions, with the many misfortunes that have overwhelmed my latter years, may have completed it. Poor Marion has found so many avengers in this world, that however great my offence towards her, I do not fear to bear the guilt with me. Thus have I disclosed what I had to say on this painful subject. May I be permitted never to mention it again. End of section 18. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. End of Confessions, volumes 1 and 2, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau.